All right, let's get this started. Happy Friday, Rainbow Ash. I think you are the first one. You are number one. Welcome. Happy Friday. Pseudoscience, pseudo v science. Look at that. Right on time. Timing is perfect. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Good to see you. And good to see you, Elizabeth B. Happy Friday. And I have to get the TikTok chat going. So let's get that going. There we go. Thank you for the heart me. Appreciate it. Hope everyone's having a good Friday. Hi. Oh, a Godless Engineer raid. How nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very nice. And that's right. I have a special guest today. And the guest is right on time. It's like the timing is just impeccably just right on. Hi, Livia. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Hi, everyone.
Doing good to hear. All right, we are just getting started. You were just like perfectly on time.
I happen to have TikTok open and it refreshed with you live, so here we go.
Right on. Here
How's
we
your day
go.
going?
So far, so good. Excuse me. How about you?
Just a chill Friday.
Right on.
Crashing on the couch with my kittens.
Right on. Right on. Very cool. Well, I like days like that when you can just kind of relax. So, especially when it starts like on a Friday, you know?
Yeah, I got a busy weekend, so got to
Yeah.
relax while we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Right on. Well, yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty busy weekend too, but but I'm looking forward to this. All right. So we got a GE raid going. So welcome in everyone from Godless Engineers Live. I caught a little bit of it earlier today when I was running errands and whatnot. So very cool. So thank you all for being in here. Appreciate you. And all right. So we have some people in the guest queue already. So we're just going to wait a little bit for some folks to file in and let the algorithm do its thing. So we are up on both YouTube and TikTok. Oh, and the TW Twitch. But no one really watches on Twitch, so. And Marcia 26K, welcome in. Rebel Apostate, good to see you. So friends are all here, so that's great to hear. And more friends will be coming, so looking forward to that. If I fill the gift goal, does that count as using it whenever? Yeah. And if I recall, 2 folks have coupons from yesterday. So that would make 3. And League of Militant Atheists, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you popping in. But yeah, if you fill the gift goal now, yeah, it can be used for at a future date. So just like that. And we're going to be talking about, is God real? And we're going to be looking for evidence. So if you're in the guest queue, just a few ground rules. You just have to be 18 according to TikTok terms of service. We're going to follow that even on everybody on all streaming platforms. If you are in the guest queue, please also believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I'm going to be really, really strict on that today. So God of the Bible, Torah, the Quran, and then also please have evidence that God is real so we can talk about it. So looks like we have a kick pull coupon that Ace has so generously hit the gift goal. So Ace, yeah, you can just invoke it. So I have to be very vigilant about watching the chat. Sometimes I get involved. So, but just keep yelling and I'll see it. But if I miss it, no, forgive me. It's not intentional. Definitely not intentional. So no Vishnu. No Vishnu today. Yeah, no pantheists, no deists. We're going to stick to Abrahamic God believers. All right. Well, Livia, we got 2 in the queue. You ready to take a guest?
Let's do it.
Let's go. All right. All right. We'll start with Monk Not Monkey. How's it going? Monk Not Monkey. How's it going?
Hello.
All right. Are you at least 18? And what pronouns do you prefer?
Yes, I'm 18 and I don't go by pronouns.
You don't go by pronouns?
I'm a man of God, bro.
Okay. All right. So no pronouns. You got it. All right. And which God do you believe in?
Just because I'm a man and I'm a man, so you can use the man pronouns.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm a man too, but there are men who use other pronouns. So that's why it's just a matter of respect.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I understand that.
All right. Okay. No pronouns. So that's what we'll go with. Okay. And when you say I'm a man, I use man pronouns. That doesn't tell me anything because that's they, them. There's they, them. There's, all kinds of different pronouns. So which pronouns do you prefer?
I don't really want to. I don't really want to discuss that. Yeah, he, him, man. Come on.
Perfect. All right.
Why
Very good.
Why are they making us ask this 2026 and they're making us announce our own pronouns? Like you know I'm a man. I know you're a man.
Uh-huh.
And I know that.
And like I said, there are men who go by they, them. And yeah. So that doesn't tell me anything.
We shouldn't respect that.
Well, yeah, we should absolutely respect that. Why not? Why not respect that?
No, we shouldn't. We should really cut that out because there should be like a rule to say, listen, if you're biologically male, you have to go by he.
You have to. Oh, okay. Why does that have to be a rule?
Because it's enforcing rules on people that don't want these rules.
Enforcing rules on people that don't want these rules?
Listen.
So what you're telling me is if somebody wants to be called by a different name, we can't call them by a different name? We have to call them by their birth name?
No, name is different.
How is it different?
If they want a different name, that's completely fine because a name is just it's something everybody has a different name.
Okay. Why is a pronoun different though? Pronoun's just a pronoun. That's all it is.
Because it's not something that's chosen for you. Your gender is something that's assigned to you at birth by God.
By God?
You don't believe in God.
Wow.
But okay, even if you don't believe in God,
what's your evidence of that?
It's assigned to you by. Okay, even if you don't believe in God, it's assigned to you by evolution. Then
it's assigned to us by evolution. Well, yeah, not gender. No, not gender.
Yeah,
our sex is assigned to us. Yeah. We're like biologically, yeah.
Is gender.
So, but biological sex and pronouns aren't inherently linked. So where do you get that idea?
Bro, gender and sex is synonymous. It's synonymous.
No, it's not.
Your sex and your gender.
What's your evidence of that? You've got gender identity specialists who disagree with you. So are you saying that scientists are you saying that gender identity scientists are wrong, Monk Not Monkey? What studies can you give me that point to that biological sex and gender are exactly the same? Just pull up a study and we'll believe you.
You don't need a study. It's basic.
Yeah,
logic.
You do need a study. It's not basic logic. You're using logic, but you're coming up with the wrong logic. But logic doesn't overcome facts, right? So if we have a fact, you could use logic to say 2 + 2 = 5, but then you'd be a dumbass, right, for saying 2 + 2 = 5. That's logic, but that's wrong logic. That's not a fact.
Use logic to show.
You can use, like I said, you can use logic to show that 2 + 2 = 5, but that doesn't make you correct. So that's why I'm asking you, produce a study that says that gender and biological sex are the same.
Why do you need a study?
because that's how we
Why do you
know
need a
what
study
facts are.
to know?
Well, how else do you get facts, Monk? Do
Okay,
you just make shit up?
you're
So you're just making shit
an
up. That's
atheist,
what you're
right? So you're
saying.
probably
Okay. So
no,
answer my
you're
question.
an
Are you just
atheist, so
making
you're
this up?
probably more.
Okay. My question is, Monk,
No,
are you making
no,
this up?
no. But look, you're an atheist, so
Okay.
you're more
I'll ask again.
inclined to the animal kingdom.
I'm
right?
going to ask you again. Are you making this
Go
up?
on. No,
You're not making this up. So where are you getting this from?
I'm using my logic. That's God. Has
Okay. So
gifted to
you're
me
using your
by my
logic. So you made it
intelligence.
up. Yeah. You made it up. So you're just making shit up.
So using logic is making it up. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's using logic
So
that's making
if
it
I
up
know-
because you're going against what science says. So are you denying science?
No, you're the one denying science.
I'm not
Because
denying
science
science.
has
I just
gifted us
asked you to
intelligence.
produce. I asked you to produce
No,
a
science
study
has,
a scientific study that says gender and biological sex are the same. That's all you got to do. Simple.
You don't need. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't need a biology. You don't need a study for that. It's
Yeah, you
basic
actually do
logic.
need a study
It's
for
like
that.
saying-
It's not basic logic
like
because it's
saying,
fact.
I
It's
walk on
fact
my
that it's
feet.
not the same.
I
They
walk
have.
on my feet.
Okay, so why then are the scientists illogical? So explain that to me.
Why or what?
Why are the scientists who
What's that
say
say?
that gender identity and biological sex are not the same?
They're
Why
not-
are
they're
they?
not illogical?
Yeah, but why do they not agree
They're
with
not-
you?
They're not illogical. They're being paid to push an agenda.
They're
which is,
being paid to push an
to
agenda.
split
By
everyone
whom?
up.
By whom?
Yeah,
Who are they
yeah.
paying? Who's
If you-
paying
if you
them
don't
to
believe in-
push an agenda for less than 1% of the
Epstein's
entire
crowd.
population? Who's doing this?
Epstein's crowd.
Who
Epstein's
is?
crowd. They're being paid. Epstein's
Epstein's.
island, the people in
Okay,
Epstein.
yeah, you can't say that word. Can't say that word.
Bill
We're not talking
Gates.
about that.
You know how to say Epstein?
And again,
Whoa.
no, you cannot say that. If you say it again, I'm going to drop you.
Okay, sorry.
So, if that's the case, then
no.
produce evidence that that's true. You see the word above my head, right? You
see,
see that
this
E. Hey, what's that E word
Yeah,
say above my head?
This is
Hey, Monk, what's that E word say above my head?
E. What's the
Yeah.
E word?
It begins with E.
What are you? I can't see it.
You can't see it above my head?
No.
There's a whole bunch of writing above my head. You can't see any of that.
Yeah. It says there's no E word. Oh, evidence.
There we go.
Yeah.
Evidence. Yes,
Evidence?
yes. We want evidence. So if somebody's being paid to say gender identity and biological sex are not the same, produce evidence. Just show us evidence. What's your evidence of
Yeah,
that?
my evidence is my own. My evidence is my own logic. That's
It's your
my
own
evidence.
logic? That's not evidence.
My own logic.
That's not
My
evidence.
own logic and your own logic should be
That's not evidence. Because my own logic says that people aren't being paid. So there you go. So what else you got?
Yeah, no, that wasn't my that was a speculation. That was speculation, but it's backed by
Backed by whom?
evidence.
By what evidence? I just asked you for the
well,
evidence.
Pizzagate, all these other gates, the island,
Hey,
all
Trust.
of these things
Yeah.
that
What's up,
you guys
Livia?
thought were fake, and me and the rest of the conspiracy
Monk, can you
theorists,
hang
we
on
were
for just a
telling
second?
you.
Hang on, Monk.
I
What-
want to,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I
So-
thought you were actually. Oh my, sorry.
Okay, hold on, Monk. We just a second. All right, go ahead, Livia.
Thanks. So, since it's clear that Monk doesn't have any evidence, I thought I'd draw a parallel that will show that this appeal to science and big scare quotes is kind of BS, because ultimately what Monk is getting at is that Monk thinks that you know somebody's pronouns based on what their gender was assigned at birth. But people who say that don't apply that consistently. For example, if they ask somebody what country they're from, they'll just take their word for it, right? Where are you from? I'm from Canada. Okay, cool. Like, they're not checking my 23andMe history to see if that's actually true, right? They'll just take my word.
That's not
Oh yeah,
So
the same thing.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. So basically,
Yeah, so
oh well, yeah.
The same thing, bro.
it's the same for pronouns, right? You ask somebody, they tell you, and then you use them respectfully.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
That's not the same thing. If,
That's all it is.
If I tell you
Yeah, it
I'm
is
from-
though.
Okay.
It is.
Well,
I'm
wait
from
a
Turkey.
second. Wait a second.
Watch out,
Hey,
I'm from Turkey.
is Monk?
I'm
So
not.
I don't think not Monkey is your real name. So you need to use your real name. What's your real name?
My name is Monk.
Your name's not Monk.
My parents call me Monk.
I don't believe
No,
you.
my parents call me Monk.
Okay, show
Well, my
us.
parents call me Monk.
I don't believe you. Show us.
That's actually my name. That's actually my name.
No, I don't believe you.
They want me to be religious. So.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Because there's
I mean,
a proliferation
I don't know,
there's proliferation of too many people here who use fake names on TikTok. So if you're gonna insist that
my name
you
is
have to use
Monk.
your name assigned at birth.
My name is Monk. That's the name assigned to me at birth.
Okay, well show me.
But that's different because a name can be chosen. It can
Yeah,
be chosen
show
from
me.
your parents. It can be chosen from
Yeah,
your
show me
parents. It can be chosen from
show me your name assigned at
hospital
birth.
stuff. But your name is not the same as your gender. Your gender isn't chosen. You don't get to choose your gender. You can dress as
Nobody
a different
chooses their
gender.
gender.
You can act like a different gender.
Nobody chooses their gender.
Exactly.
Who
That's
said
what
they
I'm trying
choose
to
their
tell you.
gender?
Nobody
Yeah,
chooses
I
their
agree
gender.
with you on that, but gender and biological sex are not the same. We have scientific evidence of that. And you've been asked 50
They are the
times.
same. They are the same.
You've been
Gender-
asked 50
gender
times to
and sex are the same.
you've been asked 50 times to produce evidence that gender and biological sex are the same. We have evidence that it's
No,
not
gender
the
isn't a
same.
real term. Gender isn't. Gender
We
isn't
have
a real term.
okay,
It was only until-
you're still ducking the question. We're not moving on until you produce evidence. Actually, I'm just
You
going to
know, it's
ask you
only since
I'm just going to ask you
2014.
10 times, and then if you don't produce it, I'm just going to drop you because I've got two people waiting. You're just wasting time
That's
here.
fine. That's fine.
All right.
That's
So
fine. But let me say one last thing. It was
ask
only
no
until
question number no
2013
you're not going to say
gender
shit now. You're going to
became a
produce
thing.
evidence. Okay, here's the deal. You're going to produce evidence, and I'm just going to keep muting you until you produce the evidence. I'm going to ask you 10 times, and if you don't produce it, I'm just going to and then he left. He ran. And there it is. There it is.
Oh, shocking.
Wow. Oh, this Friday's off to a great start. All right.
And you know what's great though? I
What's that?
didn't want to like go down this in the moment with the guest because obviously bigot, right? But
Mhm.
assumed my pronouns saying like Monk said that Monk was a man, and it was obvious, and that you are a man, and that's obvious, and then sort of gave a half sentence that like I'm a woman, so it's obvious, and
Right.
then as soon as Monk heard my voice, instant reaction.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And yeah, again, you have people who are biologically male sex that go by they them. I mean, pretty simple. So it's just a matter of respect. That's all it is. So, all right. Well, if you've just entered the guest queue, please be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. Oh, Dark Knight. Welcome, Dark Knight. Good to see you. And also, please have evidence that God is real. All right, let's go to the next one.
Oh, is this live about God? Oh, I've mistaken.
I know, right? We didn't even get to that. How's it going? Hello.
Very good. How are you doing?
Oh yeah, doing well. All right.
Uh-oh, my internet's going bad. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. I think we've talked before. Maybe we
Yeah,
have.
I called you the other day, so I wanted to call you back and follow up on something that we talked about.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're on the God is real thing today. All right. So refresh my memory. Oh, actually, can you just do a quick reset for us?
Sure.
So which God you believe in? Your pronouns.
I am a Christian, and I'm he, him.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. And then
Your timer's still going.
Oh yeah, I'll reset it here. Thanks. So Wesley, what were we talking about the other day? Oh, and this is my friend Livia, by the way. Livia's
Hi.
co-hosting
Livia.
with me today.
Good to see you.
So yeah. So okay. So what is it that we talked about the other day? Refresh my memory.
We had a good conversation about your prompt was, is God good?
Mhm.
And I told you that that I'm not a biblical inerrantist, and I believe that you have to be that in order to really kind of get that
Yeah.
from the Bible. You mentioned Matthew 15, the story of Jesus calling the woman a dog.
Yeah. Yeah. An example of racism.
Let me talk through that a little bit.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I said, I told you that I don't have any problem saying that the representations all through through there could be different or could be have human problems in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Inspired by God, but having human, issues with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm kind of slow to say this is human error. I don't want to throw away something, that it may have some type of deeper something to it, right?
All right.
I went back and looked at that, and I wanted to present something to you and see what you thought about it on the story in Matthew 15 of Jesus saying that. But if you're moved on to a different prompt, I'm glad to just bail out if you're wanting to keep on.
Oh yeah,
the,
we can
evidence
we can
for
we
God
can
kind of
we
prompt.
can we can hit it real quick because I know that was something that we said. Yeah, come on back. I know we kind of left it open ended. So yeah, we can address it real quick, and then we can get on to the God is real part. So yeah, that's fine.
Okay. The thing that I saw when I really kind of dug into the story was, first of all, I know that you're very familiar with the Bible. I've heard you enough to know you're very familiar with the Bible. As you're
Mhm.
looking through the stories as Jesus is presented in the Gospels, he's shown to be very kind of coy in how he talks. It's not just very straightforward. He's always asking questions. If David, why, then why is it that? And he asks all kinds of questions. He pushes his disciples, and he uses all kinds of different methods to make them think.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that, at least?
Yeah, I think in a certain way. Yeah,
It's not, in other words,
you could say that.
they do. I mean, yeah, the Gospels are presenting Jesus as having some type of deeper understanding of the things that he's saying. Sometimes he's speaking in parables, or sometimes they just don't understand what he's saying.
Mhm.
Most of the time he's speaking, for his disciples to hear. So in Matthew 15, if you want to look at Matthew 15 and that story, the key to this, the thing that I wanted you to consider is, first of all, if this is a straightforward story, then I'll just give you my point up front, so I'm not beating around the bush here. It seems to me that Jesus is using a Socratic method in this, the Socratic method, one of the Socratic methods in this, in teaching his disciples in this particular story.
Mhm.
And he's using mirroring of bad ideas in order to do that, which is one kind of facet or aspect within the Socratic method.
Mhm.
That is taking someone's bad idea, mirroring it back to them, and walking them through it to see, so that they can see why it's wrong, instead of just telling them straight up why this is wrong. Right?
Okay. So if I hear what you're saying that so Jesus kind of pretended to mistreat this woman in order to teach the disciples a lesson? I think that's what I'm hearing you say.
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going. And I know I wanted to kind of state that up front. I know it sounds a little crazy. I wanted to state it up front and then support it.
Okay. All right.
Just so I wouldn't be beating around the bush with
Okay.
it, with the support.
Let's hear the support.
Up
Yeah.
front.
Yeah.
So first of all, the gospel writers are presenting Jesus Christ as the Savior, right?
Mhm.
As the Messiah, especially in Matthew here. It would be very strange if they just put a story in here of Jesus saying something to this woman, putting
Mhm.
her off, and then having her kind of outwit him. Right?
Mm.
Like she says, well, yeah, but did you think about this? And it's like,
Mhm.
oh, well, yeah, I didn't even think about that. Right? So that's one key. Like, why would they put a story in here of someone that they thought was less than them, racially less than them, a Syrophoenician woman, but they put this story of this Syrophoenician woman besting or outwitting the Messiah in there. So that's the first clue that there may be something deeper to this story than just the surface level of what's going on.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting. So, okay. All right. I'm still.
That is the now. I just noticed a good comment here. She did not with him. She was forced to degrade herself in order to kind of like be subservient to him.
Yeah.
But if you look at the story, he's not saying, I'm glad that you've degraded yourself. That's not what he's saying. He is saying, I'm not giving you this bread And she's saying, yes, but have you thought about this? And he says, yeah, that's true. And then he says, I haven't found so great faith even in Israel, he said.
Yeah.
So now you're looking at, so now you've got Jesus, the Messiah of Israel, raising this person who is supposedly, he's supposedly diminishing her. And now he's raising her above even the disciples that are around him. The big key is in verse number 23, where she comes to him calling him. So we're in Matthew 15:23. She comes to him calling him, and he doesn't answer. And the disciples come to him and urge him, saying, send her away, for she crieth after us. So the disciples are annoyed by this woman.
Okay.
15:23. The disciples are annoyed by this woman. And what I'm presenting is it's very possible. Now, it's possible that I'm reading this wrong, and this is just humanity, getting Jesus, put these words in his mouth. But a good Socratic method is to look at someone's racism and bring up the racism and let the situation play out to where they see that they're wrong in their opinion here. At the end of the story, the disciples have seen from Jesus's mouth that this woman has more faith than the disciples have.
So then if we kind of apply this to like a real world situation, are you saying that, well, do you have kids, first of all? Do you have any kids?
I do.
Okay. So are you saying then that you would be willing to, shout the N-word at people and just shout out some racial slurs just to show your kids that this isn't the right, this is the wrong thing to do?
No, I don't think so. I think, no, I definitely would not shout
Okay.
the N-word in order to make a point.
Yeah.
I think that
then to look at them and say, you see how wrong this is to do this? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, you know what I mean? That's not making a lot of sense to me. Wouldn't it be a better way to just say, hey, look, this is what we're doing?
If you are a well, let's say it's not like a father and his kids. Let's say it is a rabbi and his disciples, and they are going through an area where where the disciples believe that these people are less than the Jews, right? And they one of these less thans supposedly less thans comes up to them, and they're annoyed by her, trying to get rid of her. And he brings it up, and he calls her. He doesn't call her this name, but he uses this phrase that implies that she's less than, right? That implies that that they are children and she is a dog.
Well, yeah, that'd be kind of like the same thing.
I don't know if that would be.
It would be the same thing as this. Like, it would be the same thing as if, like, I was at a place of business and, I was just completely ignored. And I was like, hey, can I get some help here? And then the person says to me, we don't serve N-words here. Like, he didn't directly call me an N-word, but he implied that I'm an N-word. You see what I mean? And that seems to be the same thing here. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just the same as calling me an N-word. I don't understand.
Right. So we don't. First of all, I agree that would be terrible. I don't know that the analogy is exactly right. I think a better analogy might be if we were in Texas and some like native or like some immigrant Mexicans came into a restaurant that we were in, and I had a bunch of students in there, and the Mexicans tried to come up and sit with us, and the students were racist and saying, get away from here. I think it may be more like me saying, it's not good for us to take Americans' food and give it to illegals, which still would be a slur. That still would be placing them as less than a slur. That would be a little different than that. That would still be rough.
Yeah.
Well,
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So I'm curious. If Jesus was teaching lessons, and sorry, just to clarify, do you believe that Jesus is God, or is he just a dude?
Yes, I do believe he's God. I'm sorry. I think we must have
Okay.
some delay here. Yeah, I believe
Yeah,
he's
no,
God.
that's okay. So if he is God, then wouldn't we expect him to teach that lesson without using a slur and without making the woman call herself that same slur?
I don't know how I would expect God to teach a lesson. I mean, I don't know.
But
I don't know why I would expect myself to know how.
Well, my thought process is that God could teach the lesson in any way he wants to, being, all powerful. And if we're to think that he's good and, all good as well, then we would think the lesson would be taught without making someone call themselves a slur. Like there would be a more compassionate way to do it.
Possibly, but possibly there would not be a more powerful way to do it. I can see a lot of reasons why you use shocking statements and things that really cause people to stop and look, rather than using softer statements. A lot of times, the compassionate way to teach is not as in your face. So I think that there's something there where it is. I mean, we're sitting here 2,000 years later and talking about it, and I think that the Hebrew scriptures are full of things that don't give the point outright, but they just tell a story and they say, okay, talk about this, like chew it and chew on it, and then whatever you come up with is going to show what's in your heart. However you interpret this is going to show what you want, how you want, like your confirmation bias or your predetermined bias here.
Well,
Sure. Sorry, Trust.
No. Go ahead, Livia. Go ahead.
Was like back to like what you said about shocking language. Like that can certainly be true, right? You can create a powerful aha moment in learners by doing things like that. But I think that there's a line when it comes to certain language. And I'll give an example. Like if you were teaching a class of, let's say it's adults, right? You're teaching like a university class. Would you be willing to, and say it's a class on the civil rights in the 60s, right? Are you going to be willing to say the N-word to create that powerful learning moment for them? I'm going to guess probably not. And I think that says a lot about I'm just going to say like the morality of that approach, right? There would be so many better approaches that could be, I would say, equally powerful. But if you're right and there is not a more powerful way, then certainly there would be a way that doesn't require the slur that is acceptably powerful.
Right. Well, first of all, I completely get what you're saying, but I think it's hard for us to determine how strong of a slur this was a couple thousand years later, in a completely different culture.
I mean, it was considered a slur.
Sorry about that. I apologize for my troubles.
Yeah, no worries. I would say it was considered a very strong slur back then. I mean,
even if it's only a little one, like
yeah,
I think that's still not okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's like.
I apologize for my connection.
No worries. But
yeah, I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think that we.
That'd be like, saying. Well, they didn't call me an N-word. They called me a thug. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's still a pejorative. It's still, looking down on somebody. It's still, knocking down somebody peg, and it's still racist.
And it's a dog whistle if you'll.
I just.
Yeah.
So I think that there's a lot of examples from teaching, from music, from entertainment, where people use these things in order to bring up a mirror, kind of like a black mirror to ourselves. There are lots of examples, like the movie that what's his name was in, Iron Man, where he says the N-word many times.
Tropic Thunder.
And There you go. And the whole reason of that was satire. The whole reason of that was to show how ridiculous this was. So I think that you have to. I think there's something more there than just, oh, Jesus was a racist and using a racist slur. There's another possibility there when people are using these things to teach. You have to ask, what is it that they're actually trying to? What's the motive behind what they're saying here?
Okay. Would you say then that? Are you saying then that it was good for Jesus to use this slur at this woman's expense? Because I mean, the way I read this, it wasn't that she outwitted him, is that she had to prostrate herself even further. She had to humiliate herself, basically, because she had to admit she was a dog, essentially, and say even dogs get scraps from the master's table. So she had to say, yeah, I'm a dog and I'm just asking for scraps for you to save my daughter's life. You know, that's essentially what she's saying here. And so not only did she take the insult for herself, but then she even took the insult for her daughter, all in the attempt to have her daughter healed because her daughter was about to die. And so so if we look at it from that perspective, not only did Jesus ignore her, because if Jesus is the Son of God, right? Jesus is God. That means Jesus knew that this person would be approaching her with a dying daughter. And he decided to make an example out of her to teach his disciples a lesson about racism. I mean, so he was potentially going to make her think that he wasn't going to save her daughter's life, and that then she had to beg for it even further than she did, because she went down on her knees as it was, and then had to say even further, humiliate herself and her daughter, just so that he would save her life. And I'm just at a loss as to why that's a good thing that Jesus used this as an example to teach his disciples a lesson. Like, there's no other way this could happen.
Well, I get that, but Jesus pulls up with the disciples here, and he basically says what the disciples are saying. We're not here for you. We're not. This is not for you. This is
exactly.
for the Jews.
Mm-hmm, I agree.
And then
100%.
when she makes her statement, how he replies to her, he says, "Great is thy faith." He calls her daughter, and then heals her daughter that instant, that very hour.
Yeah.
Right. So he's elevating her in the sight of all the disciples that were putting her down.
I'm not sure about that. He just said great is her faith. I mean, she could still be inferior and have great faith. I'm not sure it's an elevation.
Okay.
It sounds like a lot of whitewashing to me.
Yeah, it does. Sounds like a lot of cope, to be honest with you.
Well, I just think I think that when we're watching a movie, we'll say, what is the author, the script writer, the director trying to say? Is there more than what's on the surface here? And I feel like that we are doing a little bit of a disservice if we are just kind of like looking at it just on the surface and not asking, is there maybe something more here?
There could be social commentary here. I think, though, that we can still look at, because this was all framed around the morality, right? This was like more of a morality question. And so, yeah, there could be social commentary on things like this. But then the other part of it is that you would agree that there are instances in which there are social commentaries that do this, and then it's gone too far. And we've looked at the morality of that and say, whoa, that's a bridge too far. You can't do stuff like that. Like that one movie you were talking about, Robert Downey Jr., Tropico, is that what it was called? Or something like that. Even that got criticism. Not everybody got it. So yes, that was the way it was framed. And I remember watching it, and, I didn't particularly like it. And, I know it was like satire, but I was like, yeah, they went too far with that, So it would seem to me, and I know it's subjective, but what I'm saying though is that it doesn't necessarily escape the scrutiny. It's not necessarily the excuse to say, oh, okay, well, Jesus was just teaching his disciples a lesson. Is that worth potentially, making a person feel even more inferior than they thought they were, and then admitting that their daughter is also inferior, and then making them think that, oh well, maybe this guy won't save my daughter's life because I'm inferior, I'm a dog. Is that all worth it?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, and we can talk over that. When Socrates was a few hundred years before Jesus, right? That method was very prominent there in teaching. It was very prominent there.
Yeah,
Socrates
I
was
use the
killed,
Socratic method. I hear you.
partially. Yeah, and Socrates was killed partially because he was misunderstood and thought that he was leading people the wrong way and all those things. Socrates actually compared in the Republic. He called philosophers well-bred dogs in the Republic.
Okay.
In the Republic, he says that the art of pandering,
jump in, Livia, when you need to.
or basic
Go ahead.
He's basically using these really, really kind of rude or crude statements in order to shock people into hearing what he's got to say.
Wesley, I Dark Knight in the chat found some scripture that I think sheds some important light on this. It actually reinforces what Trust But Verify is reading as the narrative of this passage in Matthew. So this is Matthew 7, verse 6 and 7, or I'll start with 6. But it says, "Do not give what is holy to dogs, and do not throw your pearls before swine, or they will trample them underfoot and turn and maul you." So this is reinforcing that idea of like this magic is only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and again uses that same dogs slur. So Jesus is just a few chapters later is just acting in accordance with this verse,
with what he said.
Yeah. So I think we've discovered what the meaning of that is.
I disagree with that.
With what part?
It is what that's in Matthew 7. Is that right?
Matthew 7, verse
yep.
6. Yeah.
Okay. And then 7, the follow-up is also the ask and it will be given to you. She asked and it wasn't given to her until she demeaned herself.
Yeah, she had to demean herself to be given what she asked for. So, this kind of flies in the face of what he was
believed that she was if he truly believed that she was a dog, then he would be then he would be going against what he said here in Matthew chapter 7.
Well, yeah,
I think that this supports my point that I don't believe that Matthew 7 is referring to a race, but rather people who are not accepting the message.
I don't think it supports your point, though.
Read as people who are, don't cast your pearls before swine means people who are not accepting the message. If they're not listening, then stop, throwing good money after bad.
Yeah.
Is another metaphor,
okay.
Similar metaphor.
Well, so then what we can see then is we have actually two contradictions here, because it says, do not give what is holy to dogs. And then Jesus ended up giving what is holy to what he considered a dog. Right. Or we could argue she actually isn't a dog.
Her a dog. That's what yeah.
He did though.
He did though. He said it. I mean, you're asserting that he didn't, but there's no indication that he did, that he didn't. I mean, even if I were to agree with you,
this verse in Matthew 7 is a great indication that he didn't believe she was a dog.
Well, I would say it's a contradiction because I think we're just doing a little bit of reaching here, because I mean, to me, that's a contradiction. And then the other part of it that's a contradiction is that she asked, and even though it was eventually given to her, it wasn't given to her. She had to demean herself in order to do it, and it doesn't say that in verse 7. It doesn't say that at all. It just says, ask and it will be given to you.
Where did she demean herself? All she did was stand toe to toe with him. She never demeaned herself.
She called herself a dog.
She called herself a dog, and her daughter one. She admitted, if we look at 21 through 28. So here, let's go back to that. It's up on my screen, by the way. We go to 21 through 28. It says, She came and knelt before him, saying, Lord, help me. He answered, it's not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. She said, yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table. So he said, it's not fair to take children's food and throw it to the dogs. And she said, even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from the master's table. So she's like, I'm just asking for a crumb. I'm asking for you to heal my daughter. And she said, that's a crumb. So he went from food and she went to crumbs. So that's, to me, that's a step down. That's what it means to demean yourself. And she had to do that. She demeaned herself and her daughter. I mean,
to me, that is a clear picture of a student teaching the teacher and besting the teacher in his own logic, and him absolutely exalting her and showing her to the rest of the disciples,
because it says
that her faith and her.
Well, here's what I see, because it says,
yes, Lord. I know that I'm not going to change your mind on it,
the dogs.
I thought I'd at least bring something different to you.
Yeah. I mean, I see where you're going with this, but I just, because I read the language here. It says, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table. Even the dogs. And maybe,
yeah.
You know what? We might be able to actually look at this from like the Greek language perspective. Hey, Hanji, how you doing? We know someone who knows Greek. Yeah. So can you offer some specific perspective on this, on like because now we're talking about the ancient Greek and like what these words mean and things of that sort. So, yeah. So can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, so there are two aspects where it's used, kainarion or kinarion, which is a puppy or an animal, a house pet. You are still deemed lesser than a human. You are still an animal. You are still a dog. You also have skylax or skilax, which we use in the modern term skylos or skylos, that you'll hear a lot of Greeks call Turkish people skylos, because we calling them dogs. They're lesser than humans. It is a racial term. It is still used to this day. Because I promise you would not go to someone's yaya and call them a skylos to their face.
And are you saying that the word skylos was used here?
In this passage here, is Jesus calling him a
skylos? It's actually kainarion, but kainarion is basically you're a house pet. You're beneath me. Skylos is the term that we modernize from skylax, which was used for using the plural of an animal, a canine. As a matter of fact, when Socrates goes into it in his Republic, which is based off of Plato in a way, because he kind of minced the words around. In Socrates' original text, he is appointing a minced oath so that way he doesn't offend the gods, and he is talking about the constellation Sirius, as though not to offend the deities, when he's talking about the philosophical republic, because he's basically talking shit on the politicians. So it's still racist. It's still a slur.
Yeah, I'm not saying I didn't make any appeal to the original language to say that that's not a racist thing. I think that the point I'm making is that Jesus was saying it was racist and wrong to look at them as less than them, and he was using this kind of black mirror against the disciples to show that this woman had more faith than they did.
Okay,
and the thing is that he doesn't. The
reason I think that is because that is the point of the story.
Wesley, hello. Is my mic on? Can everyone hear me? Hello? Oh, okay. I thought so. When it comes to the text, Jesus clearly has no issues helping those around him. It even says in your scripture, call on my name and it shall be done. Why does anyone, whether Canaanite, Midianite, Jebusite, I don't give a shit. Why does any human being have to degrade themselves to the point of an animal, lesser than a man? Because let's be real here, women back then in the text in scripture were deemed lesser than men anyway.
And not just her, but her daughter. So she had to demean her family too.
And not only that, he didn't even physically see her daughter. He just said, "There you go, she is healed." But yet he physically goes to everyone else. You don't see an issue with that?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, what is the point of the story? Like, how does the story end? Because we can tell what the story is trying to teach us.
As long as you make yourself lesser than the deity that you worship, maybe your prayers will be answered.
Yeah,
but you have to be sure that you know who's in charge.
Yeah, even when it's to have faith to the point of demeaning yourself. That's what it means. This is like a lesson in humility. Man. Yeah. This is what this is talking about.
Yeah, see, I completely disagree. I just don't think that's what this story is teaching here. I really believe this story is teaching that the disciples were pushing this woman off as less than, and Jesus was showing them that she had greater faith than they did. That's the end of the story. The end of the story is that
if
he's
any God made me demean myself to that of an animal, to show my devotion or to show that I am worthy of their help, does not deserve my worship or my loyalty. Point blank, period.
The story it's about teaching submission. Mm-hmm. That's what it's for.
That's what it's for. It's submission.
Followers to fall in line.
And
I just don't see that. Where do you see that? Where do you see submission being the point?
She got on her knees and said, "Lord, help me." It says
she
it
never
right.
Gets on her knees.
Wait, hold on a second. Let's go back to that.
She stands toe to toe with him,
even if she's not on her knees.
But
she's calling herself a slur.
She came. Okay, verse 25. But she came and knelt before him, saying, "Lord, help me." She got on her knees and said, "Lord, help me." And he answered. So in that respect, she already was submissive. Kneeling before somebody, that's a submissive act. And what was his answer? It's not fair to take children's fruit and throw it to the dogs. And so she had to go a step further. Yes, Lord, even the dogs eat crumbs. When he said food, she said crumbs that fall from their master's table. So she had to even take it even a step further down from kneeling to him saying children's food and throw it to the dogs. And she said, even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table. So she had to demean herself even further. And so that's what we mean. So she did kneel before him. So this was about submission.
She knelt before him beforehand, but this passage is not teaching submission. There's no you don't go away from this saying, this is submission on the mind.
Any person who has to get on their hands and knees to beg for help or anything, just to get the help that they need, that is a form of submission.
All right. Paul started for TikTok. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we can argue about, submission in Christianity. I think that submission is a core foundational fundamental part of humanity is submitting to one another so that we can serve one another. That was what Jesus did when he came down here, was he humbled himself, it says in Philippians, and became obedient unto the death of the cross so that he could serve us. And so I think that Jesus ultimately got down lower than his hands and knees for all of our sakes. That was the point of his incarnation.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're kind of
so then why
here.
do people still have original sin then, if that's the case? Because it seems to me Jesus died for nothing.
Because why do they have original sin?
Yeah. See, you Christians are so quick to tell others, especially my atheist friends, that they have sin. Oh, the sins are from Eve, this, that, and the third. If your supposed precious Jesus died for the people's sins, why is sin still relevant? So he died for nothing?
Go and answer, and then this will be the last point. We're going to move on.
Yeah, there are a lot of folks who don't believe that it's for nothing. They believe that he died for all and for everyone, and that's universal.
So then, how can people still sin if he died for that?
And he just died for the sheep of Israel, not for everybody.
At that part.
Right. I mean, I feel like we're going through a bunch of different, getting off into a bunch of different. I'd love to talk about
No,
these things.
I'm
but,
pretty solidified in the question. But,
All right.
You know,
Well,
I'd run away too.
Okay. Well, not necessarily. We do got to move on. But hey, Wesley, I appreciate you coming.
I want to jump off before I get fired from here as well. So don't tell me the results of the kick poll.
It's too late. It's too late. Okay. Well, you didn't see it, but hey, appreciate you coming up, Wesley. Have a good day.
Really good talking to y'all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
The cognitive dissonance was insane. Holy shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is cope. I mean, it's just like I said, I mean, the scripture is clear. I mean, she knelt before him. It says it clearly right there. That's a sign of submission. I mean, you're not in power when you kneel before somebody, right? I mean, come on. Let's just be real here. And then, it went from taking food from children, giving it to dogs. She said, no, I'm just talking about crumbs here. I'm not even talking about food, like a whole piece of meat. No, I just want like just a crumb. That's all she was saying. And so how much more can you demean yourself from that? I just want a crumb from the master's table.
And what eats crumbs? Animals.
Yeah. Animals. Like scavengers.
I thought the guest was going to say that submission was a core principle of Christianity, but he swerved and said of humanity. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, you're so close.
Yeah, he did. So that was interesting. But yeah. Oh, have you two met, Anji, Livia?
No, hello, Olivia.
Okay.
What are your pronouns, darling? So I know.
She and her, thank you, and yours.
Okay. She, they.
Love it.
Thank you, darling. Thank
Fantastic. Okay, we have a announcement from one of our esteemed mods. Hi, Sunny. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. So
Fantastic.
I just want to say one thing real quick on the topic at hand.
Yeah.
Like when he said like submitting, like there's no such thing as mutual submission.
Yeah.
Like the act of submitting is you're yielding to authority.
Exactly.
So I always find that crazy when they try to say that.
Exactly right. That's a great catch.
On another note, I'm going to try to do a mod announcement.
Okay.
So welcome everyone to the live. It looks like we have only 16,000 likes, which is pretty poor. So if we can get to tapping, remember tapping is clapping. And we need to get the shares up. We are at 39. Yeah, so if we could maybe get them to 50 within the next 10 minutes or so, it's not that hard. If you just tap the screen and hold down, like all your friends come up and you can just share to each of your friends. And then like the background says, we do the cake poll every 30 minutes. If you would like to do an early cake poll, then just meet the gift goal. Or if you would like to try to do an immediate drop, then just send a jellyfish. Or if you're on YouTube, it is a $10 super chat. Now that I was a little confused. Do you want them to say drop in the super chat, or
it
just
would be super helpful?
Automatically qualify?
Yeah, it would be super helpful to do that. To say something so I know what it is. But I may just do actually is if I get the super chat in the middle of a guest being on, I'm just gonna drop them and do it accordingly. So even if they didn't mean it, we're just gonna assume that they did. So actually, yeah, we'll just do it that way.
Because I noticed that yesterday that there was a super chat in the middle, but it didn't specify.
Yeah,
so,
it didn't.
Yeah, if we could specify,
and I missed it, but I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, and then I got some Turkish lira ones, so I don't know what the exchange rate is. So I may have to do a little math next time that happens. So yeah, I'll watch out for that. But yeah, if I get the super chat in the middle of a guest being up, then yeah, we'll follow the rules. That's what I'll do.
Kitty cat.
Okay.
Meow meow.
Oh, look at the cute little kitty.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I think for this live, we are doing anybody that believes in a mind that created the universe. It does not necessarily have to be of the Abrahamic God, but just a mind that created the universe. And Tress is always very respectful, but he can get spicy. If you get spicy with him, he will meet you where you're at. And also, if you want to try to pull the apologetics on SA or any of that, then expect his levels to rise. And also in his bio, there is a link to the Discord. So we invite everyone to the Discord, theist, atheist, whoever you are, come to the Discord. We like to have nice discussions, friendly debates, and we have safe spaces for everyone. And yeah, am I forgetting anything?
I think you
Oh,
covered
wait,
it
do we
all.
want to do our shout outs? I think I saw
Oh yeah, shout outs.
Aaliyah
Mm-hmm.
in the chat. So like make
Yes.
sure you
Aaliyah the
follow
Goddess.
Girls Gone Godless.
Yes,
Yeah.
Girls Gone Godless. I see at least two of them. I see Aaliyah the Goddess. I see Christina the Godless. And but yeah, Girls Gone Godless. Of course, Hanji and Livia and Sunny. We have Forever
And I see
Atheist.
Dark Knight in the chat there.
Yep.
You want to follow Dark Knight.
Yeah, there's Dark
And
Knight.
Ace just had their birthday yesterday, so we want to follow her. She does some research lives, and those are awesome.
Happy birthday.
So yeah, follow all of our friendlies, Reckless Religion.
Yeah, there's Reckless Religion. And then on the YouTube side, we've got our mods. We've got Pseudo V Science. Oh, and Rainbow Ash. I haven't seen Rainbow Ash in a little bit, but Rainbow Ash was in there, was wandering around in there. We have HLT is one of our members. Let's see, who else do we have? Oh boy, HLT is just filling up the chat. That's awesome. So great to see that. So it looks like, yeah. So we got some members here. We've got some friends here. So, Jessica Wright, I see you in there. So, if there's anybody I missed, I'll get you throughout the show today. So, but just so happy to see you guys. So happy you guys are here.
And then Ace just mentioned that she has a coupon, I think, from yesterday.
Yes.
So she
Ace does have a coupon from yesterday.
You can use that whenever somebody tries to apologize for any grape or child,
Okay.
essay.
Well, we
you
will
have the open usage for that.
You got it. So yeah. So any apologists that try to apologize for SA or anything like that, yeah, you guys heard. So we're probably gonna just invoke the kickball. It's just gonna happen. All right, that's what we'll do. So we got our words. Like I said, I control the process. I don't control the outcome. So the process has been put in place, and there's the outcome. All right. Well, it's anything. I think you covered everything, but is there anything else, Sunny?
No, I think that's it. And I got some mom duties to attend to. My little one got a little hurt here.
We won't stay in your way anymore.
Throw me back down to the comments.
Okay. Well, thank you, Sunny. Appreciate you. Everybody give Sunny some W's, round of applause, all that stuff. Take a bow, Sunny. You're fantastic.
All right. Thank you.
See you later.
Sunny. Win, Sunny.
All right. Big W for Sunny. Thank you. So, all right. Well, let's get on to our next guest. So we've got two waiting in the TikTok queue, and we'll bring up the person who was waiting for a while. So let's bring them up. How's it going?
Hi, how's it going?
Doing well.
How are you doing?
Doing well, thanks. These are my friends, Livia and Hanji. So we'll be talking to you today. And for TikTok purposes, how old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay. And which pronouns do you prefer?
I'm a he.
Okay, fantastic. And which God do you believe in? The God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
The God of, I'll lean to yes, God of the Bible.
God of the Bible. Okay. All right. What's your best evidence that this God is real?
The evidence that I convince me or that I present is the Bible itself.
The Bible?
Itself is.
Okay. And that's a pretty big book. So which part of it's like the whole thing, or just the existence of the Bible, or is anything specific in the Bible?
Yeah, specifically, the Bible is, the words of people called prophets and apostles. And so I take their testimony. I take their words as a testimonial evidence.
Okay. You take their words as testimony or evidence? Okay. So we have testimony in the Quran from Muhammad that Allah is real and he was revealed everything by Allah. So that makes it true, right? Because that's a testimony.
Yes, we do have a testimony from the Quran too. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So the Quran is true?
Well, when you cross-examine the testimony of the Quran, and you kind of find out that most of the sayings of Muhammad were written, the Hadith was written after the 7th or 8th century after Muhammad passed away. So yes, you are right. The Quran has also testimonial evidence. It's just cross-examination of that testimony seems to put the ball towards Christianity.
Okay.
Towards
Okay.
the biblical testimony.
Okay. So you're saying that because there was a bunch of stuff written after Muhammad died, that kind of puts it into question. Okay. So then we have testimony in the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas. So that makes Hinduism true, right?
The honest truth is I've never actually examined the testimony for Bhagavad Gita or whatever the deity is. But
Bhagavad
if I
Gita.
examine it, yeah.
Bhagavad
if I
Gita is the holy
examine
book.
that but yeah, Bhagavad Gita, yes.
Mhm.
So if it is more of like a testimonial in the sense like if someone is saying I actually met God, Vishnu or whatever it is, Ra, and he talked, I was living in some Indian village during the reign of Akbar the Great or some Indian king, so if there is some form of realistic narrative to it, I will examine it and I will say, well, that is a testimony, but I've never actually been. So if it looks testimonial, if it looks like someone actually living during the time of Akbar the Great or whatever, some Indian prince, and if he names some known Indian city that has historically been proven to exist,
Yeah, there
I'll
is.
take it as a testimony of yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay. So then that makes Hinduism true then. So we should all be Hindus.
yeah, I mean, the testimony is everything. If somebody, if as you say, the Bhagavad Gita is a testimonial book.
There's some
then, yeah, we
testimony
should
in
read
there.
it.
I mean, not the whole thing is testimony. There is some testimony in there, just like there's some testimony in the Bible, but it's not all testimony, right? There's some.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I wouldn't know much about Hinduism, so
Yeah. Well,
but
that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
open to explore.
Okay.
it.
Well, I mean, there's like a billion Hindus on this earth. So, do they have the true belief or does Christianity have the true belief? Because they both have testimony. That's what I'm trying to understand from you. They both have testimony. So that makes them both true.
We can even take into account the
Well-
Iliad and the Odyssey. Odysseus worked with the gods to trek on his 20-year journey.
Yeah. I know. I was going there, but yeah, we haven't even gotten that far yet. And then there's Wiccan. There's Wiccan holy books that have testimonies.
That's a different demon.
That's a different demon.
When
you
it
know?
comes to I think when it comes to the Iliad and the Odyssey, the writings of I think that was more of like I don't think whoever were the narrative, whoever was for example, we have the he fought against Troy, then
Which
that's more of
exists.
like it's
We
not
found
Troy
Troy.
exists.
yeah, the Troy does exist. Yeah, Troy does exist.
Mhm.
But the
Ithaca
story
exists. We
the-
found Odysseus' temple.
Yeah. The main protagonist though is not saying he's actually a real person. It's more of like, you know what I mean. The main protagonist is not saying he's a real person. While in the Quran, Muhammad,
We're finding
because
evidence that
Muhammad is
he
a real
could
person.
be.
I mean,
Yeah, it could be.
We
but-
just recently found his temple
Yeah.
and we found more or less his castle. So
Yeah, but the Quran, at least the people who wrote about Muhammad is saying he is a real person. The people who and Paul is saying Jesus Christ is a real person.
okay.
So that's the difference between a testimony and Iliad and Odyssey.
Well, real person
Iliad and
doesn't,
Odyssey,
but real person doesn't mean divinity, right? Because I mean, just the same, we have testimony that we have witnesses that say Aristeus rose from the dead, and that Aristeus was made into a deity. So that means Aristeus is a deity, right?
I mean, it's more of like if there is actually a writer that says I saw Aristeus, some Greek
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
really
there's
historical,
testimony on it.
there
Yeah,
are
there's
Yeah,
witnesses.
there are records.
Yeah, there's witnesses.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have to take it as testimony. Then, if someone is actually saying, "I saw Aristeus rose from the dead," if someone is telling you that, you take it as testimony. Then you cross-examine it. Then it doesn't mean you accept all testimony.
Okay.
But,
Well, you've just what
if
you've done
there
is
actually a statement like that. I would say
He's
you have
not
to
getting it. He's literally walking
yeah. I think
right into the
what's
wall.
happening there is that what you've done, Masay, is you have validated every religion out there because every religion has testimony, and a lot of them have written testimony, but So that's what I'm trying to understand. If we have if every religion is true, and they're all opposed to each other, then none of them are true. You haven't demonstrated that yours is true, because you're using the same exact evidence that everybody else is using.
Yeah. Well, the way I don't think the Aristeas. I don't know what that religion is about, to be honest.
It's not the religion.
It's not a religion.
Soldier.
Just a soldier.
It's not a religion. Okay.
But he basically there was
divine
witnesses that he rose from the dead, and then he was deified after that.
Okay. Yeah. When it comes to the biblical testimony, what we call people, like for example Peter, he had a letter that he wrote in the New Testament. He spoke about how he said in his letter that we're not telling you fabricated stories. When we actually climbed that mountain with him, we saw a voice from God the Father and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, we're still kind of on this witness thing, and you still haven't kind of gotten past the fact that all religions use witness testimony. So that means you have officially validated all religions. So you haven't kind of gotten past that fact.
Yeah,
he pretty much validated the Minotaur, because there were witnesses of the Minotaur in Minos' labyrinth, and he got defeated and got turned into the constellation Taurus.
Yeah, what I'll say is I'm not sure if I could take polytheistic mythological writings as testimonial. I think.
Well, that's you not accepting it. Okay, well that's fine. You can personally not accept it. But what I'm saying is,
those will be myth books.
Yeah, but what we're saying, what I'm trying to look for is, so I probably should just insert objective evidence, because the evidence that you're presenting of just testimony, like I said, is validating every other religion out there. And if these, like example, Islam says there is no God but Allah, which means that it invalidates every religion out there. And if you're saying, well, Islam is true, well, then that's a contradiction, because you can't say at the same time that Islam is true and then Hinduism is true, when Islam says Hinduism is not true, because there's no other God but Allah. So that's what we're trying to explain to you is, how can witness testimony be true for Christianity and then for all these other religions that cancel each other out?
Yes. So I guess you're asking me, how did I accept the testimony of the Christian Bible as opposed to the Quran?
That's another way of asking. Yeah. And then at the same time, you're kind of just dismissing all the other ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Islam has a testimony, evidence. The reason I'm dismissing it is, first of all, from my studies of the Islamic Quranic literature, it came, Muhammad 630 AD or something. So it came like almost a century later.
So you're died. So you're so you're subjectively just dismissing it because it doesn't meet your standard.
What I'm saying is, the people, it's more of like, in the Christian testimony, it's more of like Saul of Tarsus himself penning down those. I think 7 of them are undisputed. 7 of the 13 letters are undisputed. So it's more of like the actual actor, the actual witness. Shall I say the word witness? The actual person who witnessed these divine supernatural things at himself penning it. I think 7 of them are undisputed. Right?
I got you.
I just want to correct that real quick. The 7 letters you're referring to, they're commonly believed to have the same author, but there's no evidence that author is Paul.
Correct. If anything, it would be Marcion, or as you know him as Marcion, who wrote the Good Word or the Evangelion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we could just leave that in a disagreement in a sense.
Disagreeing
with scholars? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a little wild. And also Paul came along decades after Jesus died. So Paul never Paul and Jesus never crossed paths.
The letters were also written in the 2nd century, not the 1st.
Yeah.
So like there's a lot of problems with this.
Yeah, we got a lot of problems.
So what I'm saying is, if
Paul existed,
going to the Paul's letters, if the 7 of them are undisputed, that is, if people agree that a single author wrote them, then the question becomes, a single author wrote them. So if you say either you'll have to say that author is the person identifying himself in those subletters, or you'll have to say it is someone else who is saying, I'm Paul, but writing something else.
Well, yeah, that's true. Either he did or he didn't write him. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But if you say if someone else, then the burden of proof becomes on you, because we all agree that.
Whoa! Wait! No. No. Person making the claim is the person who has the burden of proof. And you're right. If there are scholars who are saying, yeah, somebody else wrote this, well, there's a reason they're saying that. They're not saying it for no reason, right? So they're providing the burden of proof. But see, the other thing you have to realize is that the burden of proof falls on you too. You also have to demonstrate what you're saying. Because we don't have to demonstrate shit, because we don't believe any of this is true. Yeah. So we don't have to demonstrate anything.
I can bring for me, my burden of, I demonstrate it's Paul who wrote those subletters, because the person in the greeting section is saying, I, Paul, and then at the end of most of the section, he's saying, when he begins his writings, Paul,
he doesn't.
Jesus Christ. And so
he doesn't say, I, Paul. Not in the scriptures, no.
Not in the scriptures.
Yeah, he does identify himself. I think on the subletters.
Where?
Where? All the subletters,
which letter?
He does identify himself.
Which letter?
Yeah,
which
you can
letter?
Take anything out. I think Paul does identify himself.
Okay, which letter?
I just don't have it right in front of my mind right now.
Okay, then don't make that claim if you don't have the evidence to solidify it.
Yeah.
You don't. I mean, we can open one of the greetings. If you look at any of the Paul's, if you open any of the greetings of Paul, he begins with saying, I, Paul, write this. And even at some of the letters, I mean, I could just look it up right now.
Here's
you
the
should.
problem with that. Even if you're right, it's not evidence that it was
that Paul actually wrote it.
The Paul you're talking about, right? Like it could just be somebody ghostwriting that wants to start a cult or start a mythology, right? Like they could just as easily write, I'm Paul too.
Yeah, but you use Occam's razor, right? You say, if the claim is someone else,
this dude didn't exist at all. So
yeah, if you say
you want to go there.
Yeah, and so but then and that's a great point, Livia. That even if Paul identifies himself, doesn't mean that's actually Paul writing the letters. We don't have any.
And Paul would have
been
a last name anyway.
By Occam's razor, if we all agree that one author wrote the 7, by Occam's razor, I can say whoever identifies himself in those letters.
Yeah. By contrast,
the author. But
here's something by contrast. Like we know Caesar wrote the letters he wrote, right? Because he does identify himself, number 1, and then there are people who responded to the letters, number 2, and then there are independent contemporary accounts of Caesar writing these letters. People seeing who his Caesar was, his signature, the fucking face on the coin, like, other countries, other civilizations writing about Caesar, like the Carthaginians writing about Caesar, like the Egyptians writing about Caesar, like the Greeks writing about Caesar. I mean, we have all this evidence that Caesar existed, right? And we have one source for Paul, one single source. Now, we have a mention of Paul by, was it Josephus? I believe that's who it was. We have a mention by Paul, but that's also in the 2nd century, or at the very best, very late 1st century, mid 2nd century. It's a big range. But if you're going into the 2nd century, then there's nobody who knew who Paul was, because none of them were alive.
And Paul wasn't even an apostle either, because he never met Jesus. He wasn't even there for the crucifixion.
Never met Jesus. Yeah.
He hit his head on the road to Damascus and had
best.
the vision.
Yeah. Well, I guess what you're saying is a figure has to be well attested for, right? So there are historical figures that are not well attested for. Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great is well attested for, but I don't think Hannibal Barca is well attested for.
Hannibal's well tested for, pretty well tested for. The Romans wrote about Hannibal. Again, we've got things about
he's
Hannibal.
Also in the 12 Caesars.
Yeah, he's in the 12 Caesars.
Like, for example, there are a lot of figures that. There are well attested figures like Julius Caesar, because every emperor from that came after that took his name, Julius Caesar. There are archaeological evidences of his coins and stuff.
Right.
But there are no well attested figures like Herod or maybe the Ptolemy dynasty in Egypt.
The Ptolemy
and
died?
even like
Are we really
yeah,
doing this right now?
when I'm
You
saying
don't think none of the
when I'm saying,
Ptolemies existed? Are
do
you
you know what
okay?
attestation? Just explain to her what attestation means. I'm not. We all
We
know what
literally
do you
have
know what
evidence
attestation
of the
means?
Ptolemaic line from
Yeah.
Soter.
No,
Yeah.
What?
attestation. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Maybe it might be a language barrier. Attestation means not. Attested means figures exist, but the level of attestation or the level of evidence we have for
Well,
them.
we're
I
not-
know what
okay,
you meant. We have
yeah.
evidence for them.
We have
I'm not
evidence for them,
smooth-brained.
Yeah, I'm
and
not
we're not
saying-
and
I'm
we're
not
not
saying-
saying we're not saying that you need
Ptolemy's not
attestations. We're not saying that. What we're saying though is that you've got one source, and you're going from the Bible, and then you've got mentions from other sources, but they're relying on what these manuscripts says from the Bible. They're using the same source to say, oh yeah, these people existed. I mean, that's pretty
They
clear.
also-
Yeah, I guess what you're saying is
they didn't mention Paul.
Paul is not as
outside of
attested as a
Christianity.
political
Yeah.
figure during Roman Empire times, like Julius Caesar, Augustus
Yeah.
Caesar, Octavian. That's what you're saying.
Well,
What I'm
I
saying
mean,
is,
just
there are also minor historical actors who are not as attested,
yeah.
but we
Well,
accept them.
Well, I mean, the other piece of this is because there's another part that's we're kind of, I mean, we've been circling around this for, a good 20 minutes here, but the other part of this, almost 20 minutes, but the other part of this is that, you also have the burden of demonstrating divinity, because mere existence of a human doesn't do it, right? I mean, because, we're talking about Caesar and this and that, but nobody said that Caesar was divine. People did say that, but there's no evidence that Caesar was divine. We have evidence that Caesar existed. And that's the same thing. We don't have any evidence that Jesus was divine. We don't have any evidence of a resurrection. We don't have any evidence of an ascension into heaven. And those are the two critical pieces you need to be a Christian. You have to believe those things. You can't just simply believe that Jesus existed.
Or a talking cross.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's
You read the
actually a good
passage,
question. Yeah. So the reason, how do I? That's where the idea that the existence of Paul comes in, the existence of the 7 letters,
Which
and
is
all that
great,
letters.
but again,
Someone is saying that
someone
is saying he.
But we've got to get to the.
Someone is saying he met. Someone is saying he met the people like Peter and stuff, who actually went into the tomb. The claim is that. The claim is someone is saying I was part of this group of people who actually saw somebody rise from the dead in a sense.
Well,
So
that's a
even if Paul
contradiction
himself-
then and within the text, because one
Yeah.
verse says that it's Peter and them, the other one says that it's just Mary. So which one is
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, I mean it's more of like Peter came in, then Mary came in. The difference
There's
is
a
different,
passage
but-
where Mary was the only one in the tomb that saw him resurrect. She didn't even recognize him.
Yeah, I think there are like 4 different gospels, right? All of them are writing it from a different perspective. That would be another discussion.
Oh,
But
okay.
what I'm saying is,
All right.
how do I
Oh
come
boy,
to
we don't want to
believe in
go
it
here.
is-
Okay, we'll go here. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead. Keep
that's
talking.
what
I
I'm not trying to
gotta
go
pull
there,
it. No. I got you. Go ahead. Keep talking. I got some.
Yeah. So what
I gotta pull up my notes
What
here.
I'm just saying, yeah, the testimonial is that I can demonstrate to you someone rising from the dead. I'll have to make a naturalistic assumption, saying nobody rises from the dead.
Mhm.
But because we have to use reason as we live in this world, right?
Yeah.
But someone is saying that in his sub-letters, so that author, who I think is Paul, is saying that, hey guys, I actually, even if I did not see Jesus Christ rise from the dead, I in person went to councils in Jerusalem and stuff like that. I saw, and I met James, I met these people, and they are telling me that he actually rose from the dead, like Jesus Christ. They went into the tomb. So that's really what I'm coming with. I have testimonial evidence. It's not like I actually saw the resurrection, or I'm not even claiming Paul saw the resurrection.
Okay.
He's more
So
of saying
what
that,
independent attestation from the witnesses do we have that they saw the resurrection?
we only have
We only have the Bible.
when it comes to the witnesses, we only have direct. We only have
We don't even have direct.
what?
Those are second or third hand. So they're hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my whole point is we don't even have direct evidence from the people who saw it. They didn't write anything down. We just have what it says in the Bible. So, and then there's just all kinds of problems with the crucifixion itself. Like there's just all kinds of different contradictions and things like that. Now you're saying, well, it was from a different perspective, but I mean, these things there's just things that are irreconcilable, right?
And Peter was deemed illiterate anyway. He couldn't read or
yeah. So do you want to go into something that's irreconcilable about the crucifixion?
We can go over there. I don't know if what your views are, if Peter, First Peter and Second Peter, and also the writing.
Peter didn't write Peter, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
he was illiterate. He was deemed illiterate, actually.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
And
there's even doubts that he even existed.
But anyways,
Gus, I have a quick story for you.
Absolutely.
And it's actually about the time that Trust But Verify rose from the dead, and both Hanji and I were there, so we can attest to it. We can give you our word that it happened. Yeah. So now you know another person that's risen from the dead. You can believe that because you have our.
I do like the joke. But if actually you're telling me that right now, I would say that's your testimony. I can't. Well, since I have Trust here, I'll ask him. But I
rose from the dead.
If Chad was there. Put ones in the chat that we saw host resurrect.
I was definitely there.
Trust rose.
One's in chat.
Yeah, you were definitely there. You were the one being resurrected.
Yeah, I would know.
But anyways, I think aside from the joke, the point is, if I listen a testimony about someone committing a crime, or someone says I saw someone go into a store and steal something, that's how I see the biblical evidence, basically. That's how I see it. I see the testimony of some supernatural thing, which if I made a naturalist exception, I would say, no, that can't happen. But someone else is telling me that this has happened. So
Gerard made the perfect point in chat. Yeah, that was a lot of ones. Gerard made the very important point in chat, which is basically the Bible. I wrote it down after Hanji told me. I attest her words are true. That's literally how the Bible is written.
Yeah.
It's hearsay.
It's all hearsay. So how can we?
Yeah, well,
because hearsay is like the least.
It's good to cross-examine a testimony. I think that's right. In a court, even in a court of law, you cross-examine a testimony. I cross-examined Islamic testimony, and I said, nah, this can't be the testimony. I went to Christianity. I guess you guys examine both the testimonies and said both of them are not it. So I guess I would say it's how you accept the testimony. But the Christian Bible does claim to be a testimony, basically. At least.
Okay.
That's the part. That's what they tell us. We are a testimony. We saw this happen. I think at the end of the Gospel of John, that's what he says. I'm telling you guys, we saw this happen. I think that's how it ends. So it depends on how you.
John didn't write John either.
Okay, so let me kind of let's just kind of go into some of these into some of these inconsistencies here. So let's just start with here, let me pull up my sheet here. So at what hour was Jesus crucified?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
I believe I believe it must be maybe I'm not really sure, but it must be in the afternoon.
It must be in the afternoon? Mark 15:25 says it was 9:00 in the morning. So is that true or false?
It was 9:00 in the morning when they crucified him.
Yeah, is that true or false?
Well, I don't know if they have a prime meridian or AM meridian. Maybe we should look at it in more of like previous translations.
Oh, well, we have somebody who knows Greek here, so we can actually translate that.
Yeah, because
okay.
I don't think prime meridian, AM meridian, maybe the timing.
Why does that matter?
No, the timing was still the same because the Jewish and the Roman time, because it's 2nd century, the time was still the same.
Yeah.
We were able
they didn't
to
have time zones
differentiate
back then,
between
did
the
they?
two. And time started at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
That's when the clock
for
would start.
example, like I'm from Ethiopia, for instance. For example, we don't say like 7:00 in the morning. We say 1:00 in the morning. Does it make sense? Like the first hour in the morning is 1:00.
So my question back to you is
the first hour in the morning is 1:00.
The first hour in the morning is 1:00.
Okay. So
some countries might maybe 2,000 years ago, we just don't know the primary. Even their calendar might be different.
All right.
So maybe
Well, during that time, it would have been the Julian calendar, so it would have started at 6 a.m.
Okay, so the question we have is, was he? I just need a yes or no. Was he crucified at 9 o'clock in the morning, like it says here in Mark 15? Is this true or not?
Yeah, it is true.
It's true? Okay.
All I'm saying is,
let's move to John 19, 14 through 16.
Hold that thought.
Now,
it's a two-part game.
It's a two-part game. Now, the other part of this is, if you read through Mark 15, this is the day of preparation of Passover when they crucified him. Okay? So John 19 even says it here. It was the day of preparation for the Passover, and it was about noon. So same day, he said to the Jews, and that's Pilate, "Here is your king." They cry out, away with him, crucify him." Pilate asked him, "Shall I crucify your king?" The chief priests answered, "We have no king but Caesar." Then he handed him over to be crucified. So was he in Pilate's court at noon the same day, or was he crucified at 9 in the morning that day?
I mean, if I have to take the New Revised Translation, I would say at noon. Noon means in the 12 o'clock, right? I just want to be right.
Yes, it
Noon
means
means
so
12
was it?
o'clock, right?
Yeah, noon means 12 o'clock. So was he crucified at 9 in the morning? Was he on the cross at 9 in the morning, or was he in Pilate's court at noon this exact same day?
Well, it does say about noon. So about noon, he was definitely. So this is John, right?
This is John 19. Yeah. Right. So this is clearly he can't. Yeah, clearly he can't be crucified at 9 in the morning and then be in Pilate's court at noon on the same exact day. That can't happen. So which one is true?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would like to see. There will be translation errors, obviously.
No.
For example,
not translation errors. This is the new. This is the NRSV UE.
It's going to be the closest to the Greek and the Hebrew.
Yep, closest to the Greek and the Hebrew that
New
you can
Revised
get.
Standards Version.
Mm-hmm. It's the closest you can get.
If I see,
it's also used in seminaries when you go to seminary.
I think you could do. I think you're on Bible Gateway. You might be able to do the Aramaic or whatever.
The New Testament wasn't written in Aramaic. It was written in Koine.
Yeah, it was written in
Greek.
Koine Greek, I would say, because there will be a lot of typos. Definitely, there will be a lot of typos.
Typos?
If there were a lot of typos, then seminaries would not be using this specific Bible.
Yeah.
For their seminary studies.
So you're saying the Greek scholars are incorrect? They just got the translation. The Greek scholars who have PhDs in this got the translations wrong.
I can get the Oxford version if you want.
I would, if I see the original Greek. That's what I'm saying, to convince me.
The Septuagint. Give me a second. Let me get it.
Yeah, we can bring that up. All right. While Haji's doing that, let's move to the next one. Did Simon of Cyrene help Jesus carry the cross?
Yeah, when he was, someone called Simon of Cyrene came and carried it.
Okay.
Yeah, he helped him. Yeah.
Okay, so then, was it Mark? Oh, did I miss that? Okay, there is one that says he didn't. I think it was John. Yeah, so in John, it says that he carried the cross by himself. Damn it, I got to pull that up. Let me go get that. So there's one in John that says that he carried the cross by himself. So is John wrong, or the other three right?
It's more of like there are like four different accounts, four different eyewitnesses of the.
Yeah. So which eyewitness is right? Did Simon of Cyrene help him carry the cross, or did he not help him carry the cross, or did Jesus carry it by himself, as it says in John? That's what I'm asking you.
I see it more of like in one of the accounts, they recall the fact that Cyrene came and the Romans made him. In the other account, they forgot to tell that story. They just said Jesus carried that cross.
They just forgot to tell us. And what evidence do you have of that they forgot?
No, what I'm saying is, for example, if me and you were asked to speak to write an evidence of some event, I will say some things about the event.
What passage is this? What are we looking at again?
The Septuagint, Mark 15:25, and John 19.
Yeah. But I hope you get what I'm saying, right? If me and Trust were asked to...
Yeah, you're saying that they forgot that Simon of Cyrene did this, but I'm saying, what is your evidence of that? What's your evidence that they forgot it?
What I won't have any evidence for that. But
Okay,
what I'm saying
Don't
is,
make the claim.
I'll just
so
use
then
natural
that's a
reason.
so that's just a claim then. So yeah. Okay.
No, it's just more of like a natural reason. Like me and you cannot write the same. We cannot narrate some event in the same fashion.
Okay.
I will forget some details. You will accept. You
I got
will
that.
know all the.
You got
details.
it?
We're going
Here.
to
Or you
start at
write
21 just
Here,
for context.
some
Okay, Messi,
details,
that's
I'll
enough.
focus. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
All right. So we're going to start at 21 for context, because I know Minlak is like
before you go
context.
on, can you
anyways.
tell me the scripture again? Now I gotta
Mark
put it up myself.
15, we're going to start at 21.
Mark 15. Yeah, she's starting at 21,
Hold on,
but
let
it
me
says
pull it.
25. And then John 19, verses 14 through 16. That's the timing contradiction.
John what?
John 19, verses 14 through 16.
Okay, hold on. Let me save that as well. John 15.
19. John 19.
19.
Yeah. And then specifically it says 14 through 16, but if you want to go back a few verses, you can. I don't know if it's going to help you in this one.
I could start at 13.
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay. All right. So we're going to start at Mark 15 first.
Yeah.
21. Everyone get out
21.
your biblios. Okay. All right. So, and this is all in context, so I don't want to hear that shit context. They compelled a passerby who was coming in from country to carry his cross. It was Simon of Cyrene, the father of Alexander and Rufus. They brought Jesus to the palace called Golgotha, which means the palace of a skull. And they offered him wine mixed with myrrh, but he did not take it. And they crucified him and divided his clothes among them, casting lots to decide what each should take. Casting lots is a form of tarot, by the way. It was 9:00 in the morning when they crucified him. The inscription of the charge against him read, "The King of the Jews." So that's Mark 15. Okay? Now, we're going to go to John, what was it?
John 19, verses 14 through 16. Yeah.
19.
John 19, yeah, 14 through 16.
14 through 16. All right. Okay, thank you, baby. All right. Now it is the day of preparation for the Passover. Alala! And it was about noon. He said to the Jews, "Here is your king!" They cried out, "Away with him! Away with him! Crucify him!" Pilate, yeah, story time, Malakis, asked them, "Shall I crucify your king?" And the chief priest answered, "We have no king but the emperor." Then he handed him over to them to be crucified. So they took Jesus and carried him the cross by himself. He went out to that what is called the Palace of the Skull, which in Hebrew is called Golgotha.
Golgotha, yeah. Oh, and that's to
There,
carry the
they
cross by himself.
crucified him.
There it is.
There they crucified him, and with him 2 others, one on either side, with Jesus in between. Pilate also, an inscription written and put on the cross. It reads, "Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews." Many of the Jews read this inscription because the palace where Jesus was crucified was near the city, and it was written in Hebrew, in Latin, and in Koine. Then the chief priests of the Jews said to Pilate, "Do not write King of the Jews, but this man said, 'I am King of the Jews.'" Pilate answered, "What have I written? I have written." When the soldiers had crucified Jesus, they took his clothes and divided them into 4 parts, one for each soldier. They also took his tunic. Now the tunic was seamless, woven in one piece from the top. So they said to another, "Let us not tear it. Let's cast lots and see who gets it." This was to fulfill what the inscription says. They divided the clothing among themselves, and my clothing they cast lots, And that is what the soldiers did. Meanwhile, standing near the cross of Jesus was his mother and his mother's sister, Mary, the wife of Clopas, and Mary Magdalene or Magdalena. If you're an 80s baby, you know that little reference.
Magdalena.
When Jesus saw his mother and disciples whom he loved standing beside her, he said to his mother, "Woman, here is your son." Then he said to the disciple, "And here is your mother." And from that hour, the disciple took her into his own home. And this, when do we get to the time frame? Am I lost? I think I'm lost. Anyway.
Oh, you said the time frame a long
story
time
time?
ago. No, you're good.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
I got a little
yeah.
into it, you know.
Yeah.
It seems John has more details. John has more details about that event.
Yeah.
While
So,
Mark has
okay.
less details.
All right. So,
Yeah,
You have
John,
to
John is speaking
remember-
about Mary Magdalene stuff, but I don't think Mark has that. You
All
know
right.
what I mean?
Never be
Two different testimonies
Maria
will have the same.
Magdalena.
so
Now,
the
here's
problem,
the thing.
the problem that we have.
When it comes to the
oh, go ahead.
scripture,
Yep.
I was just going to say, when it comes to the scriptures, we read it like a play. We treat it like a play. That's what Greeks do. This was a theatric. That's why when certain things happen within the story, when you hear certain people talking or how things are worded, it's basically crowd interference. Are you ready to see your king? What does that sound like? Are you not entertained?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
the same thing. It's
This is
theatrics.
Sparta. All right. So I'm going to start the
There you
kick
go.
poll. We do have a guest in the queue, so I'm going to start the kick poll. And so I let it learn. I let it run long because we didn't have anybody in. But
That's
but we-
fair.
yeah, but we can keep going.
Now
Now-
I should probably drop.
Oh, you're going to
but,
drop? Okay. All right.
No, yeah. I'm just presenting what I think. But anyways,
Okay.
what I think is thank you for reading that. I think
Yeah, appreciate
all
it.
I'll say is that two different people will have two different ways of
Okay.
narrating some
All right.
event. That's how I see it. But thank
Well,
you.
hey,
Yeah.
thanks for coming up. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
All right.
And also for those chanting alala in the chat, that is a chant that pirates in Hellas, how they used to chant before going into naval battle. Alala!
Oh my goodness, that's funny. All right, we've got another guest in the queue. It's Marty. All right, let's bring up Marty. How's it going, Marty?
Not too bad. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Doing
Doing
well.
good. How are you?
Yeah, these are my
Well,
friends.
I answered your question, sir. I answered your question in the chat, but you get so many.
Yeah, I'm not paying
responses
attention to
and
the chat. Yeah,
messages.
so I probably didn't see it.
So
Okay, well,
yeah,
just for TikTok.
answer
Well,
your
first of all,
question is-
well, hold on. For TikTok purposes, I got to just make sure you're at least 18.
yeah.
Okay,
I wish I was
fantastic.
still 18.
Okay, and which
I'm
which
not
pronoun?
older.
All right, no problem. Which pronouns do you prefer?
Oh, male.
Male?
Male.
Well, that's a
Oh,
gender. Yeah,
male.
Male. That's a gender.
Oh, I don't know, sir. I don't know.
Sir.
He, him, she, her, they, them,
He-
non-binary?
He of me.
He, him.
Oh.
Fantastic. Okay. All right.
Me, he.
Okay. So you put some evidence in the chat, but we didn't read it. So go ahead and tell us what your evidence is that God is real.
Okay, so research.
Whoa. You went into a blender there.
But
Hang
the
on.
most part to me seems that John used. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little choppy.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little choppy. Are you
Hold on a
driving, by
second.
the way? Are you driving?
Okay, yeah, I understand. Sorry about that. Yeah, it'll get. Well, I was. It's gonna get better.
Okay. Are you driving? Okay. Hey, Marty. Yeah, you're kind of in a Wi-Fi blender. So how about get to a better signal area, and if you're driving, pull over because you can't drive in live, even hands free, and then come back up and we'll talk to you. All right. Yeah, that was getting painful there. So, all right. So, okay, we have
I
another
think
guest.
I found a new gig.
You found a new gig.
Bible study with theatrics.
Bible study with theatrics. I'm down with it. I'm down with it. I liked how you read that. I liked it. Okay.
You got to make it fun. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The ride guide. Okay. Let's go with the ride guide. How's it going?
So you don't believe in God, do you?
How old are
Christian
you?
God?
How old are you?
You're gonna skip me, but I am 14.
Okay. So you got to be 18 to be up here. So,
Fetus deletus.
yeah.
Are they gone?
Yep. Fetus
Magic,
got to
bitch.
go. Yep. We are pro-choice. We are pro-choice here. So fetuses get sent.
To be that young. Wow.
Yeah, right? All right. So, yeah, nothing personal, but you got to be 18 to be on a live. So, not getting my shit shut down for anything like that. All right. So, okay, queue's open. So, if anyone wants to come up and give some evidence of why they think their God is real, then let's do that. All right. Well, we got a friendly coming up, so we can do that.
How you doing?
Hello.
Hey, your stalker came into my live today and I told him to eat a bag of dicks.
Oh, boy.
Wait, who has a stalker?
Yes. Oh, yeah, Trust got a stalker. It's Catholic tradition. Came
Oh,
into my
that guy.
live today. Yes, he came into my live and I told him to eat a bag of dicks.
Oh, boy. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
he totally went misogyny on me.
Oh, of course. Of course, yeah. That's why I immediately spawn killed him, because he's a misogynist, he's a racist, and very intellectually dishonest.
What's the name of this person?
Catholic traditionalist. Yeah.
Do they go into a whole philosophy bullshit?
Yes, they do. And
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yep,
That
you
son
know
of
who
a
I'm
bitch.
talking about? Yep. Very,
Yeah.
very racist, very misogynist, and yeah, just a POSFF. So that's why I spawn killed him as soon as he walked in. And the worst part is, because he was in my live spouting that bullshit, and the worst part is he said, "Oh, I don't even remember being in here before." So he didn't even remember shit, which is crazy.
Like
He
his
got
whole
that
personality is
Trump
there in the
dementia.
name.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, I told him first
Did I
thing
say
I said,
that?
"Oh, I know you're on Trust but Verifies live yesterday." What? And I said, "Yeah, I know who the fuck you are."
Mm. Yep. Yeah, I think everyone should just spawn kill him. Just spawn kill him. Yeah. Yeah. Just immediately just go on a tirade of cursing and then just drop him. All right, let's bring up Marty.
And then hit the Steve Urkel, with the whole
Exactly. Did I do that? Exactly. Love the 90s references, by the way, Hanji. All right. Let's see. Marty says he's in a better signal area, so let's bring up Marty. And the Christian is
I'm
next.
not old. 1992 birthed me, but I'm well cultured.
Oh, I don't think. Okay, I hit accept for Marty, but it didn't work. So let's just go to the Christian. All right. Let's bring up the Christian. How's it going?
Hello?
Yep. How old are you?
I'm over 18 years old.
Okay. All right. You got like some issues with your mic. I'm not sure. Maybe you're just adjusting it, but it's just like some background noise. Hard to hear you.
I'm just adjusting it.
Okay. All right. Very fine. That's fine. Okay. And what pronouns do you prefer?
I'm just me.
Just
normal.
me? Normal?
Yeah, just call me the Christian.
The Christian? Okay, the Christian. All right. So you don't use
Hey, girl,
pronouns?
hey.
You don't use pronouns?
No, I'm just me. I'm
Okay.
just the Christian.
Okay. No pronouns it is. All right.
Do that.
Okay, the Christian. And let's see. We'll just assume that the Christian is Christian. And the Christian, what is the Christian's best evidence that God is real?
The best evidence I would say is creation itself.
Nope. Can't use pronouns. I is a pronoun. You said you don't use pronoun. You said you don't use pronouns. So I is a pronoun. You can't use that.
I just told you. Evidence
Can't
for
use
God.
you can't use pronouns. That's I is a pronoun. You said you don't use pronouns.
You didn't say the magic word.
Hey, I'm just following your rule. I'm just following your rule. You said you don't use pronouns.
Okay, so what do you want me to tell you? Then?
Can't say me. Me's a pronoun, my guy. You said you don't use pronouns.
I'll call myself he, I guess.
Okay, there we go. Him.
I'm a guy. I'm a boy. I'm a male.
Why was this so
You're a
hard?
male? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's your gender. That's fine. I didn't ask what your
why
gender was. I don't care what your
it's
gender is. I asked what pronouns you go by.
this.
All right.
But I said it's
Him.
his creation.
His creation?
And I know that you have morals. I have morals.
What creation
I have
is
a
that?
consciousness. I have emotions.
Okay.
I'm able to feel things. I'm living for something. You're living for something.
Yeah, we have scientific
like
evidence
that.
of all that. So why would I believe a God is responsible for any of that?
It's not believing if God's responsible for it. The fact that you are able to.
No.
You're
You
obviously
misunderstand.
living for something.
We have evidence of
You're
all
living
of those
for
things.
something.
We have scientific evidence already of all those things that you've mentioned. So why would I believe that a God is
What's the
responsible for that if we already have it?
evidence?
We have scientific evidence of where emotions come from. We have scientific evidence of where our thoughts and feelings come from, of
All right,
consciousness.
let's stick to emotions. What's the scientific evidence?
2019, a study done by Simic et al. That has been peer reviewed. It says that they were able to pinpoint that emotions like empathy come from the amygdala and other parts of the
What does
brain.
that mean?
It comes from parts of the brain. So what is your evidence that it
So-
comes from God?
Wait, so if you, let's say you have a crush on someone,
Mhm.
you'd say that that's just a part of your brain telling
Yep.
you that. You wouldn't say that.
That is correct. That is correct.
Oxytocin.
It's oxytocin.
That's
It's,
just sad.
adrenaline.
That's
Well,
sad.
it's not sad.
If
It's
you like
reality.
someone
I mean,
and you wanna
that's
be in a
fine. Hey, look,
relationship
dude,
with
it's not.
someone,
It's fine if you don't
I'm
like.
not gonna tell them that my brain's telling you that I like you.
Okay, well then how?
It's
What evidence do you have of
it's-
people
you-
having?
you go
What
to
evidence
them
do you?
and you tell them
Hey,
that I
Christian.
wanna
Okay.
be with you.
Hey,
I wanna
Christian, you're
spend
yapping
time
here.
with you.
You gotta engage with the questions. What evidence?
I'm not fooling your brain.
Okay, what evidence do you have, the Christian, that that people who don't have minds or brains have emotions?
I just told you creation. That's what the Bible says.
Did you hear my question? Was that an answer to my question?
By creation, we know that God exists.
Okay, what was my question?
I just answered you.
What was my
You said,
question?
what's the evidence for God? I just told you.
No, what was my question?
Creation itself. We didn't come from nothing. I hope
Okay.
you know that.
Okay, you're
No one says
babbling.
that.
No one says that. But what was my question?
All right then. Conversation done. There has to be a mind prior to the human
What
mind
was-
that caused
Okay.
creation.
Okay,
Me and you.
okay. Hold on. I didn't mean to disconnect you. That was an accident. Shit. Request back up. I meant to mute you. I hit the wrong button. Not done with you. Sorry about that. That was an accident. All right. Okay, mute. Hit the wrong button. Okay, I'm muting you because you're just babbling here. You got to have, are you ready to have a
You can't have
conversation?
the answer I'm telling you.
Okay, are you ready to have a conversation or do you want to babble? Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to babble? I can do this all fucking day. All right? You're not going to get past me. All right? So, I have a question for you, the Christian. Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to babble? I just need one or the other. And that's all I want. That's the only answer I want to hear. See, now you're kind of on restriction now because you don't have any boundaries. You don't have any, you don't pay attention to consent. And that's pretty typical for Christians. So I'm going to unmute you now. And I just want to hear an answer to my
We can
question.
have a conversation.
All right. I just need to hear the answer. Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to babble? Just need to hear one or the other. Okay, you can unmute now. Go ahead and answer.
I mean, we can't because you keep muting.
Okay. Do you want to have a conversation? I just need to hear an answer to my question. Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to, okay. Say it again. Go ahead and unmute.
We can have a conversation.
Fantastic. Okay. Which means that you can't just talk out of turn. There's questions that we're going to ask you and you can ask us questions. That's fine, but it's going to be a back and forth. Okay. So let's just try to have that. All right. So back to the scientific evidence that I just gave you. So I asked you, what is your evidence that emotions come from God?
That's not even what I asked you. I never said that there are emotions that come from God. You just brought that up.
Where do emotions come from then?
Scientific evidence for.
I gave you the
Actually, what's
scientific
the
evidence.
for what you were asking.
I gave you the
I didn't
scientific
tell
evidence.
you I didn't bargain with you that I'd give you evidence for emotions coming from God. I never said that.
That's a question that Okay, that's a question that I asked you. Again, we have to, this is a Q&A. This is a back and forth, okay? We're going to ask questions. We'd like answers from you. Again, you can ask questions, but if we ask you questions, we'd like answers because we're going to give you answers. See, we're intellectually honest, okay? So then the question is, if you say, well, I didn't say that emotions came from God, then the next question is, where do you think emotions come from? Now you can unmute.
They came from a mind prior to the human mind.
They came from a mind, and what mind is that?
All-knowing, present, that has the ability to create things that we can't understand by just theories and scientific studies, because science at the end of the day is just things that we've tried over and over again.
So emotions came from God, right? Is that what you're saying?
That's the only logical answer.
That's just what I said. Okay. What is your evidence that emotions came from God?
If you say, wait, just let me land real quick. If you say that there's scientific evidence to prove that emotions don't come from God, it doesn't disprove
That's
God's
not what
existence.
I said. That's not what I
I
said.
hope you know that.
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
That's not what I said. What did I say? Do we have to go?
That there's scientific evidence to prove that emotions don't come from God.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Okay, you're babbling again. So I got to mute you again because I don't know what's going on here. All right, but you got to have some self-control here. All right. So that's not what I said. I didn't say that this proves that they don't come from God. I said they come from different parts of the brain. And I asked you, what is your evidence that they come from God? Okay. I'm not done talking. So
what?
I'm not done talking. So my question to you is, what is your evidence that it comes from God? That's all you got to answer. All right, you can unmute now.
Repeat what you just said.
What is your evidence that emotions come from God? Wait, you muted yourself that time. I didn't mute you.
What were you saying? Sorry.
I asked you, what is your evidence that emotions come from God?
The evidence. I'm able to spend time with my parents.
I can do that.
I'm not just, and I'm able to recount memories. I'm able to.
We can all do that.
Things. I'm not just saying that these are, oh, mom, dad, my sister. I'm sorry. These memories that I'm recounting, these feelings that I'm having, they're not just scientific. They're not just chemicals in my brain telling me that these felt
How
good.
is any of this evidence of God?
There was more to it.
Okay. You're
not even letting me stop. You're not even letting me talk. You're cutting me off.
Because it's nonsensical.
Let me finish.
Okay, but it's nonsense. It doesn't make sense. That's why I'm jumping in because it doesn't make sense. What I'm asking you is, how does this answer my question?
These aren't just things from my brain telling me that I like
There's
them.
no way this person is over the age of 18. No fucking way.
I'm able to recount those memories. They're valuable. They have meaning.
Yeah, I'm getting to get that sense too. All right, we got to stop this right here. So I just have the next question I have for you, and actually it's going to be two questions. So the next question I have is what year were you born?
But you still didn't answer me.
What year were you born, Malakia? We're done with the meta commentary.
Yeah, what year were you born?
I'm over 18.
What year were you born?
Why does that matter?
See ya.
Because we don't believe you.
Yeah, we don't fucking believe you. That's why. Because you're full of shit. And you know it's a sin to lie. You know that, right? It's not a rage quit, Christian. You have to be 18 to be up here. So you know it's a sin to lie, right? All right.
Can I have a quick moment?
It's a sin.
All right. Let's go to Marty. You're not coming back up, Christian. You're not 18. So just go to another live. Marty, you dropped again. Every time I hit accept, Marty drops. I don't know what the deal is.
Who sings that song, by the way?
I don't know.
You know what song I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. All right.
It's a sin. I still don't.
Okay. I'm going to report you, Christian. For minor safety. All right. You've been reported. Underage. Yeah.
This should be a lesson to other people that want to come up. Like, even if they are of age,
Thank you, Stella.
if you want to be taken seriously, you have to actually engage with the questions. You can't just try to talk over people. You can't try to like misrepresent what they're saying so that you can say the thing you want. You have to actually have a conversation. It's really not
you have to have a conversation. It's really not hard. Yeah. We're all adults here, so let's just be adults.
And why not respect the fucking pronouns? I mean, oh my God, that is not hard. She, her, they, them. I don't know. What else did I learn from Ember? Fuck.
Wait,
I'm getting better
Reckless.
at it.
I have the perfect one for you. This is what I tell people when, honestly, I didn't do it because Tress is my friend. But when people ask me for my pronouns, I say fuck around and find out.
Fuck around and find out. Oh, goodness. All right. Hi, Pixie's Place. How you doing?
Hi, guys. Hey,
Hello.
I'm a Friendly.
Hi, Friendly.
I'm an old woman, so you don't have to worry about whether or not I believe in pronouns.
Okay.
I do. And they are mine.
Okay.
So Hanji knows me. She can testify.
I think I've seen you around.
I've been sending Hanji some really sexy dances from Lebanon.
Yes, yes.
Oh my God.
I may or may not have a folder created. Thank you.
I know there's some beautiful men in Lebanon who are dancing, and it's just fabulous. I wanted to just come up here and say, I just don't understand why we can't take these books and put them where they belong, in a nice place where we can read them. Well, no, you know what? We still believe, we want to read the Iliad, the Odyssey. These are good. If you take them as stories, fine. I'm not really happy about the narrative, neither in the Old Testament or the New Testament. Vengeful God, not vengeful God, I don't care. Those are just whatever. I mean, let's face it, most gods were vengeful. Even the old ones in the pantheon that Hanji believes in, they will smite you.
They're assholes.
I know, right? But they're stories. I mean, let's just put them on the bookshelf in the library and read them for our pleasure. I don't care if your religion wants to use them as a guideline. I would prefer that they use the good things, not the bad things. But, it is what it is. Yeah. We have a history as human beings of being greedy. We are greedy for land. We are greedy for ownership. We don't want anyone to take what is ours, or we deem that is ours. And let's be honest. Religion was created as a tool to use because when we were ancient man, and I'm talking back in the days of, Neanderthal and Homo sapien vying for being the number one of the humans to come out on top, we could not understand or cope with grief of loss.
Yeah.
So we needed a way to explain the passing of human flesh.
Yeah.
We couldn't drag them with us any longer. So we had to leave them behind.
It has all been a way.
Religion,
yeah. Oh, go ahead and finish.
well, that's what religion did for us. We created the deities in order to say and to soothe our own souls, to say, hey, we can leave them behind and they will be okay because they will go someplace else.
Yeah.
Whatever that someplace else is, we tricked ourselves into believing this for a way of coping with grief. And if there is I've said this before on other lives, if you go back to PBS, there is a series, I want to say that it was in the 1980s. It was Nova, The Origins of Man. And it explains it in a very, very comprehensive way. graphics that were good for the time, but it really shows how we came about creating these religions just so that we could cope with the world around us. We didn't understand things, so we had to make it up.
Yep, absolutely. It's all just
And
made
I
up.
don't understand.
Make believe.
I really don't understand why we can't just leave it behind. We've evolved. We've gone past this.
And simply because people are afraid that they can't cope any other way except to it just really scares them to not have all the answers. So they have to plug in something that's make believe to explain some things, or they just have a real fear of the afterlife. Like they seriously fear what's going to happen after they die. The fear of the unknown.
And there you go. That was the
They need an
origin,
explanation
like
for
I
that.
said.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's my issue with Christianity, right? They're so quick to say, oh, you need Jesus. You guys need the Holy Spirit. You need the Lord. You don't see us polytheistic assholes going, you motherfuckers need a moon.
Just the
Right, and
same.
if you-
You don't see atheists going door to door saying, "Hey, have you given science a try?" You know, we don't say shit like that. You know,
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I've traveled a lot, and I've seen some beautiful cultures explaining the beginnings of their origins, and they tie it always back to Mother Earth. Leave just your footprints. You came into this earth, you live for a time. Like the Incas believe that you soar like a condor when your soul passes. Why not? Wouldn't it be wonderful?
I'm sorry, Pixie. Breezy, I miss you so much. I'm so happy you're okay. Oh, my friend, I love you. I miss you. Stay safe, please. I
So
love
why
you.
not?
I haven't
Why
seen
not
Breezy in
soar
so
like a
long.
condor? I mean, there are some of these beautiful beliefs that we could give because the world gives to us just to leave our footprints, and that's it. Be kind to the planet and be kind to one another, and that's it. That's all we need.
Yep, I hear you. And you know what, Han Scolo, you can go door to door spreading the gospel of don't give a fuck. You know what? That is perfectly fine. In fact, if any of you all come to my door, you might actually get invited inside and for some tea.
While I was talking, I was not looking at the chat. So if anyone is telling me that I'm full of it, I don't care. I would love to see us be closer to Mother Earth, and Pachamama, which the Incas believed in, where we just take care of ourselves and take care of the planet.
Yep.
And, that would be the better of all of these beliefs that we have. Just, I give up on needing something that tells you that, you're going to live forever. We don't need to live forever. We need to live right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Living forever is a curse anyway. You have to witness all your loved ones
Living
pass
forever
away while you
sucks.
stay the same forever.
Yeah.
Right.
You know how much debauchery I would do?
Hanji, that's pretty much why I sent you those messages.
Yeah.
Debauchery. Exactly.
All right.
Hell yeah. Man, listen, if you live eternally and you still broke, there's an issue.
There's definitely an issue. So, all right. Well, we've
Anyway,
got.
so I wanted to thank you for letting me come up. I
Yeah.
have to go make dinner. But anyway,
Okay.
you guys are fabulous. And Hanji, can't wait to see you sometime, honey.
Well, thanks,
It
Pixie.
will be soon. I won't be able
Appreciate
to go
you
to
coming up.
Jaren's meetup, but I will
I'm
attend the meetup
I'm
soon.
trying to get there. We'll see if I can make it.
Right on. Cheers,
Bye, you
cheers, Pixie.
guys.
Take care.
Bye.
And
Yeah.
the chat wasn't roasting Pixie. They're too busy yelling at that last guest still.
Yeah, exactly. It's the last guest getting ratioed horribly. But it's
Rob?
all good with me. It's helping my algorithm. So let him keep talking. It's all good with me.
I'm gonna call out this comment real quick. Rob, not all pagans are Yahtzees. As a matter of fact, that's within the Norse
Yeah.
mythology. You do not see that with Hellenic pagans. You do not see that with Kemetic pagans. You do not see that with Taino pagans. You do not see that with Celtic and Druid pagans. But it is a rise in Norse, but even their own are calling each other out on that shit. So you cannot put us in as a whole.
Yeah. And and
Like,
Christian,
baby, do
you're
you
not
not see
coming
the skin tone?
Yeah.
Black History Month. You better say it.
Exactly. And you're not coming back up. There is no fear. I'm not inviting a kid up here. You're not 18. So stay in the comments where you belong. All right. Okay. You belong in the comments, so stay there. All right. This is the adult table, not the kids table. Very easily. So, all right. So, anyone else who want to come up? So we have some spots open. So come on up and request up. So what's your evidence that God is real? So far we haven't heard any evidence.
I have evidence. My Lord and Savior is furry and cute and adorable,
There
and
you
she
go.
gives me so many fucking kisses, and she's trainable, and she tells me what to do. I just
Yeah.
go to the pet store and buy her shit.
Yeah.
And I can see her.
Yeah. So no, you have to be 18 to be up on a live. So that's the way it goes. So make sure your beard connects all the way through and then come back up. All right.
That's crazy work. Holy shit.
You when you start hanging out in Black Lives, you start getting shit like that. All right.
One of us. One of us.
One of us. Yeah. Hey, don't feel bad. My beard's patchy too. But see, I got gray in my beard. That's the difference. So, all right, we got somebody in the queue. I think we might talk to him. How's it going, Z?
Yeah.
All right. You there?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. We can hear you. Oh, you're driving. Pull over and come back. Can't be driving. Can't drive in live. Got to be 18. So.
Your safety is more important than a TikTok.
Yep. Got to pull over. And yeah, if I hear like turn signals and all that stuff. Yeah.
But we love the TikTok shit.
Yeah. The reason why I'm not inviting you, the Christian, is because you're not 18. It's that simple.
You know,
it is very simple. So
that's the problem with them. Boundaries.
Yeah.
You see
Boundaries.
those? Boundaries.
Yep. Boundaries. So I think, when the Christian becomes 18, there will be a lot of people covering their drinks around you. Just saying. I have a very,
that's what my Stanley's for.
Yeah.
And I got to stop her.
Yeah, exactly.
No one cares if you're over 18, dude. You showed us that you are not a good faith person.
Yeah.
And you don't understand boundaries and have no self-control. So.
You don't have the boots for this hike. Yeah. All right. How's it going? New guest. Haloni Malaza? We can't hear you. Not sure if it's a mic issue or something like that. Yeah, it's the same reason. It's like playing basketball against like a kindergartner. Like I'm not gonna get all
move, nerd.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get all like and then like just like just like dunking on a kindergartner. It's like there's no future in that. Yeah. So
I'll just swat all their shots at it.
Yeah, no, just swat them all away, and that's supposed to be like, it's like a little kindergarten. Be like, oh, you're scared to play me in basketball. I'm like, no, I'm not.
I would wreck you.
Yeah, exactly. All right, you just don't have the boots for this hike, son. So, yeah, but if you want your dad to come up and talk to us, that's perfectly fine. Or your mother can come up and talk to us, but you have to be 18. Yeah.
Oh, Hanji, did your ears ring today by chance? Because I mentioned you in my live today. I didn't want to
my left side, yes.
Okay.
All right.
So I don't want to you're not Muslim, are you?
No.
Okay, I didn't know because I
Hellenic Kemetic polytheist, we veil too. It's similar to every ancient religion veils a certain way. It's basically to keep our crown safe from the negative energies, the evil eye. You know, that thing.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right, Z, you pulled over? Not driving?
Yeah, we're all good. Sorry about that.
No worries. Yeah, just when I hear that. Now there's an echo. So if we can take care of that, we're good.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Okay. All right, Z. I think you're back. Yeah, I think we talked, was it yesterday, the day before, something like that?
Yeah, I don't know. This will be like my third time talking to you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. What was it we talked about last time?
Last time I was running the fine-tuning argument.
Oh, that's right. That was yesterday.
Electrons and love.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Where you want to go today?
Well, my best argument still is fine-tuning. And today I have more of a question about polytheism, if that's all right with you. I wanted to ask about...
I'm listening.
We happen to have a polytheist up here.
Yeah. Well, I heard it yesterday, and I heard you say that you believed in Yahweh as well as the other gods, and I kind of wonder what properties Yahweh has in the mind of a polytheist.
He's an asshole. He's a storm and war deity. He's not my deity. I do not follow him, but I acknowledge him as a deity, and I respect him as his signified place as a deity within a certain pantheon, or by himself if you were a Yahwist, which was what they were before he got adopted into the Canaanite pantheon. But I digress. He's a war and storm god. He's very vengeful. He's very jealous. He's a dick. He could suck my toes with honey. But I respect him as a deity nonetheless. I still talk my shit though, and he knows it.
Right. So I would like to, if I wanted to read something about this version of Yahweh, where would I find that?
The Canaanite. The Canaanites had more...
Okay, so if I wanted to do a simple Google search and find this information, I would type what in?
Well, you would have to go into the Canaanite text. I mean, you pretty much have most of his story from the Judaic. Huh?
Yeah, the Ugaritic text will have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm... Yeah.
That's what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, like they have a pretty much basis of him, what he does, what he stands for, how he is. He's a douche.
Yeah,
the thing is that if he were to own up to the fact that he is a POSFF, maybe he would be more tolerable, but he doesn't do that. He says, I'm all loving and I'm all Jimmy. And no, we know he's not like that at all.
Yeah, I mean,
call it out.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, I don't accept that, but that's fair.
I mean, the Jewish people even know he's an asshole. They call him out on a daily basis. They literally fight with Torah. That's the whole point. Like they know how to separate their deity from the text, but at the same time, they call him out on his bullshit. Christians,
for real.
No offense, Jews can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have a desire to, I guess.
All right.
Well,
I mean, I could technically wrestling with God, Yahweh, would be a form of worship in my religion.
I mean, you could. He's not my deity. I mean, my gods, the Greek and Egyptian ones, especially the Greek ones, they're all assholes. But they don't claim to be all loving, all knowing, all present, all this, all that.
Yeah, right.
They just.
And they are pretty horrible for the most part, Zeus specifically. But
it depends on the stories that you hear about. If we're talking about Romans stories that were made around the 6th century, not pertaining to the original text, then yeah, he would seem like a horrible person. But according to the Hesiodic scriptures and the scriptures before Hesiod, it's different. Like, I'm pretty sure you believe Medusa was human woman before she got turned into a Gorgon, huh?
Yeah.
She wasn't. She was already a Gorgon. She was a Gorgon of 3 sisters. They were sea nymphs.
before she was.
She was already a Gorgon. She always was. She came from two other sisters, so the three of them were sea nymphs. They came from the sea. She wanted to work with Athena. She ended up falling in love with Poseidonas when he came to make amends for Athena whooping his ass for the state of Athens. And she fell in love with him. They consummated in her temple. Athena felt some type of way, and she gave her more ugly features and gave her the look to turn any lover that she so desired into stone, which is why later on in the text she ends up getting a woman who was blind. And they lived happily ever after, according to the story. It's beautiful.
That's that's interesting. I mean, I took some classes over this when I was in college, and it didn't say that. So I guess why should I believe that over my professor's version of the story?
Because we actually have the original text from the original stories. As a matter of fact, someone who actually deep dives into this, that has an English translation, you should look up mythology, Who's Who in Greek and Roman Mythology by E.M. Behrens.
E.M. Barrett?
Behrens, Berens. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I'm very interested in this. Well, okay, so I have another question for you. Do you, as a polytheist, what is what's worship to you? Like, do you just pick one that you like the best and you worship that one, or how does it work?
Trust, am I allowed to respond? I know this is your channel.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So worship to me, I'm a Greco-Egyptian woman, so I already have both of those pantheons tugging at my fucking arms every day. But deities, it depends on the worship. Like, you have patron and matron deities. The matrons are the goddesses of the pantheons that will reach out whether you have like certain situations or problems.
Hold on, just got to jump in. So sorry to interrupt. We got a super chat from Henri M. Keep pounding, brother. Always. Thank you. Appreciate the super chat, friend. Cheers. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So like with matron deities, those are like the goddesses. I don't really work with many female goddesses. The main two that I work with from each of my culture's pantheons is Sekhmet and Wajet for the Egyptian, and Athena and Artemis for the Greek. Sometimes I'll have Hestia. Hestia is a primordial. She's basically of the home of fire, which is why we light the fire during the Olympics. It's symbolism to her. As a matter of fact, you guys low-key worship Nike in a way, or as you know the term, Nike, because the goddess Nike is the goddess of victory and sportsmanship.
Yeah, victory. Yeah, I knew that one. That was this was very interesting. So it's cool. So
I only wear Adidas.
He said, "Fuck the police coming straight from the underground."
Serious. I only wear Adidas. Yeah.
But worship is different. It honestly depends. So like I have my main matrons. My main patrons are Anubis, Zeus, Seth, or as you know him as Set, Re or Ra, and sometimes it's very rare, Apollo. Those are my patron deities that I work with, but the main two are Zeus and Anubis, which is why a lot of my content involves them. But everyone's worship and practice is different because it's for the home. So let's say you are a worshiper of these deities, but you don't have like the things to like solidify your altar. Like you can't afford like the statues or the certain incense or the certain things that they like or that they symbolize with. The fact that you're even showing appreciation to them, even like with the picture, setting a little space for them, you find the flower on the road and you just think, oh, this deity will love this. Or like there's a piece of candy that you don't really like and you offer it to the deity. They take that. It's a symbolism of oneness with them. Like you appreciate them. And in a way, you kind of get what you need, or kind of like a companionship, to the point to where sometimes they never go away, they stick around. Like with me, Anup and Deos, they've been with me since I was 12. I was atheist. I actually came across the religion on my own. My family was never religious. They never practiced religion around me or talked about it. It wasn't until I told them, hey, I'm really looking into this specific sect of deities. And then that's when my pater sat me down and he's like, okay, well, belongs to this. This is how you do it. This is how our ancestors did it. Because my pater is the Egyptian and Puerto Rican side. My mother is the Greek. She was more of a free-spirited polytheist. So she wouldn't have altars or have specific worship for certain deities. Whichever deity reached out to her, she would work with them. Once that deity was done, helping her with whatever she needed done, she would move on and be free-spirited again until another one comes knocking on the door. I'm the same way. Even though I have a set pantheon system, there's deities from other religions that reach out because certain things my deities can do, they do. Yeah. So I respect them. I read up on them. I see what's best to work with them. How can I work with them? I talk to people who are within that practice. So that way I know more or less what I'm dealing with, if I'm dealing with the spirit, and then that.
All right. Sorry to jump in, but we do have another guest in the queue. Z, do you have?
Sounds good.
Yeah. So we're going to cut the polytheism talk short. Is there anything else?
My next one was
My DMs are open though.
Yes, I'll get.
You're cracking up.
Oh, yeah, it sounds like you're breaking up. What? Okay. Well, we're gonna drop you because your signal is.
Sorry about that. I was just gonna ask if.
And he mutes.
Oh yeah. Your signal is. Yeah, we're gonna drop you, but good talking to you though. All right, we'll bring up AJ. All right. How's it going, AJ?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Doing well. All right, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2007, March 17th, 2007.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian, so I believe in the God of the Bible.
Fantastic. Okay, what's your best evidence that God is real?
Well, first I want what kind of evidence are you open to? Like scientific, philosophical, historical?
My bar is very low. My bar is very low, so I'm open to anything.
Okay. So what do you say to the philosophical claim that the idea you can't really prove anything?
You can't really prove anything?
Yeah, have you ever heard that?
Yeah, I have. It's subjective because it just depends on what your worldview is. It depends on what... We actually have a philosopher on the panel. I'll introduce you to Livia. So Livia can probably better answer this.
So real quick, the claim is...
Well, hold on. Yeah. Go ahead and throw the claim out, and then we'll let Livia cook. So go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. The claim is, do you believe we can prove anything with absolute certainty? I guess, right?
Yeah. So that's not a claim, that's a question.
Yeah.
But I get what you mean. So there are two parts to this. One path leads to solipsism, right? If you think like through our experience, we can't actually verify anything. And that's not really a useful position to have because then we can't have any conversations of meaning.
Yeah.
So really, truly, no one takes that seriously. Like we could all be brains in vats and living in a simulation and we'd never know, but there's no utility in holding that view. The other part is there are some things that we can know. I don't know if you've heard this term, but a priori, meaning before.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, it just means before experience. So things like the classic philosophy thing is like A equals A. Okay. You don't need anything about the world to know that A is A. Otherwise you can't form words, and then where are we? We're back to solipsism, right? Mm-hmm. So in that sense, yes, I believe we can know some things for certain. And day to day, we have to act as if things will, like we do know things, because otherwise, what are we doing? We can't live under solipsism, because then, like, if I get out of bed, is the floor going to hold me up, or am I going to fall through? That's the kind of position that you end up leading to, right?
So to that, with that like kind of looks like faith to me, right? Just
So there's a difference.
Okay.
Definitely.
Do we agree that faith is a belief without evidence?
No, I would say faith plus reason is the reason that I'm a Christian. You know,
that's not what I'm asking. Like, I just want to, before we can talk about faith,
I'm sorry.
I want to know what it is.
I would say a faith alone is something without evidence. Yes.
Yeah, it's a belief without evidence. That's not like a gotcha. That's just a commonly accepted way of talking about it. So yeah, faith.
But wait, can I intervene real quick? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, that is, I would say faith, but that's not how Christians perceive faith.
Yeah, I know. Christians are famous for like redefining terms. You know, words don't really mean words, but like, for example, faith plus reasoning is how you get to Hinduism. It's how you get to Islam. It's how you get to Norse paganism. It's how you get to Wiccan. It's how you get to polytheism, Buddhism, Taoism. Every single religion out there uses faith plus reason. So how do you differentiate your belief from all the other ones? You got 10,000 religions to overcome.
Correct.
Before you even get to atheism.
Do you want me to go into that, or do you want to let?
Yeah, like what makes your faith plus reason more plausible than any of these other religions' faith plus reason?
Well, I would say back to the philosophical question, we have to use the evidence, right?
Yeah, but they all have the same evidence you do. That's what I'm getting at. So how do you differentiate yours from others?
All have the same evidence?
Well, we just went into, like, Hanji just went into this whole thing, explanation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't.
I know you weren't there, but yeah, I know. Yeah, and we won't rehash it in detail, but basically, because Hanji here is a polytheist. And so she was just going into, you know, their whole thing about all their different gods and the explanations. And, you know, to the rest of us, it sounded exactly like Christianity. It sounded like Islam. It sounded exactly the same. I see no differentiation markers. So I'm asking you, like, what makes your faith plus reason more plausible than Hanji's faith plus reason? Because that's how she arrived at her beliefs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, to that point, I would say a lot of people have made truth claims. You know, you're on here making a truth claim.
Not really.
And like,
I'm just saying I'm an atheist. That's true, but I'm not saying
correct. You're claiming that to be true.
That I'm an atheist. That's it. Because that is true. Yeah.
It's a truth claim.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. I'll give you that. All right.
And that's a lot of other religions make truth claims, right?
Sure.
And Jesus of Nazareth made a truth claim.
Yep.
And according to the facts and evidence that I have to my disposal, I'm just trusting his truth claim. That's all. I can't prove to you that the Bible
truth claim. Mm-hmm.
I can't prove to you that the Bible is the word of God, right?
Okay.
But I could look at reliable sources and the facts and the evidence that point me to believe in his truth claim. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I believe Christianity is true because it best explains reality, in my opinion.
Okay, wait. Just a quick thing before we go into what your evidence is here. When you asked if, I mean, we weren't really strictly talking my view, but like when I was talking and then you said like, well, isn't that faith as well?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We kind of jumped into something else before you finished.
Yeah, no, but it ties back together. It's all good.
Okay.
The thing that I wanted to mention was that my view that when I get out of bed in the morning, that I can trust that the floor is going to hold me up, right? All that stuff, that gravity is still going to work.
Mm-hmm.
That is evidence-based because every time I walk on a floor, it's a data point, right?
Right.
So even if I can't know, and this is a debatable thing, but even if I couldn't know ultimately, is there a God that makes all of this happen? I have a whole lot of evidence that my worldview works.
Correct.
And I have zero evidence that there is a God. So when I'm faced with those two things, I have to decide one worldview is practical and doesn't require assuming the supernatural. And the other view I don't have evidence for and also requires that I believe in the supernatural.
Right.
So when we're talking about evidence in this case, and after this, I'd love to hear what yours is. The evidence is something that increases the likelihood of the proposition being true. Okay. So that can be a logical argument. That can be like data points like I talked about. It can be a lot of things, but it has to be something that raises the probability.
Okay, yeah, and I understand that. That's kind of like my point, though. We use the evidence in everyday life that we go about, right?
Not for God, though. Like
Not for
for
God.
what I'm talking about, for like a naturalistic worldview. Yes, we use
Right, and I'm using my faith in Jesus Christ based off of the evidence.
Okay, so when we decided earlier that faith is a belief without evidence, that means
Correct.
that faith can't be evidence.
No, Christians see it as faith plus reason. So
Right.
we're using human reason.
Right, but
to
I'm saying
just-
you can't use the faith part.
Why can you not use faith plus reason?
Because faith
is by definition lacking evidence.
Yeah.
And we're only talking about evidence right
That's
now.
a contradiction.
So,
So I have-
faith plus reason.
So I have
I'm still
faith.
still
I'm sorry.
talking.
I apologize.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm almost done, but yeah, let's just try not to interrupt. If faith doesn't contain evidence and we're only talking about evidence, then you have the plus reason part. So let's focus on that. Go ahead.
Mhm. Oh, me explain that?
Oh, no, just to, you were going to start giving, Trust asked for your evidence. So,
Yeah.
No.
And I
Do
think
you
that's
want me
the
to-
reason part. Yeah.
So don't explain faith plus reason. Just say my evidence of Jesus.
Right.
Correct.
Well, what we're doing is we're discounting faith because again, everybody in every religion has faith. So
Well,
you're using the
it's not-
you're using the same level of evidence. So it has to come down to your reasoning, right? And
It's
also it's a
okay.
contradiction in your worldview because you can't say, well, my evidence is faith, but faith is no evidence. You see what I mean? It's a category error. So it kind of spirals into incoherence. So
But
we
it's
just
the idea that. Sorry.
we just want to focus on the reasoning part.
All right, but can I kind of explain why I say faith plus reason or no?
I mean, yeah,
we're past that. Like, we don't really need the faith part.
Yeah, we don't need the faith part. We just need the reasoning.
All right. So the reasoning would be the historical case for Jesus, right? We
Okay.
could all agree that he was a historical person who actually existed.
Well, yeah, not all of us do, but we can just for the sake of argument. I mean, we'll just say, yeah, okay. Let's just say he is. I mean, not all of us
We can
will
accept
accept
he was a
it.
dude for discussion.
Yeah, we'll just say he was a person.
All right.
Okay.
So he was a real historical figure. He
Okay.
existed, right?
Okay.
He was crucified under Pontius Pilate,
Okay.
and his followers genuinely believed that he rose from the dead, and that that his teachings, they genuinely believed it so much that they died for it.
Okay.
You're not going to die for a lot. So I'm sorry. What's your name? I didn't introduce myself.
Me, Trust. I'm Trust.
Okay.
I'm Trust.
All right. So
And then you were just talking to Livia. Right above Livia is
Olivia.
Hanji, and then right above
Hanji.
Hanji is Reckless.
All right. So Reckless, Trust, Hanji, and Olivia, you guys would not die for a lie, right?
Depends on the lie.
Okay. So if somebody said, deny that you're an atheist or I'm going to kill you.
Yeah,
Well, that's
I
for you guys because I'm not atheist.
Yeah, she's not atheist, but I might do it because
You
it
might?
just
You
really
might die for
depends. It just depends. Yeah, because people die
Okay.
for lies. People stay alive for lies, or do things all the time for stuff like that. If it's a matter of life
my
and death.
ancestors died for
Yeah.
the polytheistic
It's a matter
belief
of life
systems
and
that they
death.
had. I'm
So-
no different.
Okay.
Religious
Yeah, but
people
they don't-
die
they
for their religions all the time.
Yeah, a lot of other people have died for their religions, so we're still
Right, so
kind of in
they-
the same. We're kind of in that same space of you're using the same evidence that every other religion uses to justify their beliefs.
No, but we could all agree on, like I said, everybody made truth claims, right? And I'm just
Okay.
testifying that Jesus made a truth claim and he
Okay.
had true followers that believe that truth claim. Right?
So does that mean that did Nero resurrect from the dead?
The Roman Emperor?
The Emperor Nero, yeah.
No, I never heard of that.
30,000 people died because of Nero believing that Nero rose from the dead. So Nero rose from the dead, right?
Because of 30,000 eyewitnesses?
Yeah, 30,000 eyewitnesses said claimed that they saw Nero rise from the dead, or they saw Nero alive after he was killed, and then they tried to do an uprising on Rome. You can read this; it's in history. They tried to orchestrate a coup, and 30,000 people died. So so that means Nero rose from the dead, right?
So I believe there's a big difference between Nero and Jesus.
Well, no,
in my
that's
opinion.
that's shifting the goalposts a little bit because you said people wouldn't die for a lie, right? So
correct.
You agree it's not true that Nero didn't rise from that Nero rose from the dead. That's not true, right?
No, I'm saying the evidence leads me to believe that Jesus actually did, and I've never heard of evidence that Nero did. I know that
I've read about it.
Oh yeah.
I know that there was political rumors.
There's sightings. There were sightings.
No, there were sightings.
Yeah.
There's no empty. There's no empty
resurrection
tomb.
claims were super common at that point in history.
There were evidence. Yeah, it was a lot of very, very common at Jesus' time. Right around the turn of the millennium. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm 18 years old. I'm a political science major at a university. You know, I'm not too informed with Nero, but I've never heard disciples claiming bodily resurrection of Nero.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You can read it. You can read it. You can read up on. Like I said, it's easily searchable. You can read up.
Yeah,
on
I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna look that up myself
absolutely.
after this, of course.
Okay,
you know,
so then is Aristeus a god?
But oh wait, can I finish real quick?
Well, I'm asking you because we're kind of going down this train. I'll do like one more. Aristeus. So that means Aristeus rose from the dead because there were witnesses who saw Aristeus rose from the dead who claimed it. And so that means Aristeus rose from the dead, right? And he was deified.
Again, no, I'm not going to call him a god because the evidence that I found is not pointing to Aristeus rising from the dead. I've never seen that.
There were witnesses, though. There were witnesses.
Again, I don't have this evidence. I've never seen it. I've read Christian theology doctrine. I've seen the scriptures, the evidence to point to this. I've never seen that.
Okay,
I mean, we have evidence of Osiris's resurrection after his brother Seth chopped him up into little pieces and spread him around Egypt.
Yeah.
So
it's literally written in hieroglyphs to this day. You can visit it.
Yeah, we have Aristeus, we have Zalmaxis, we have Osiris. Yeah, we got plenty.
How do you say it? Aristeus?
Aristeus, yeah. There's Aristeus, Zalmaxis. Yeah.
So Aristeus is part of Greek mythology, correct?
In a way.
Yep, in a way.
Jesus is a historical figure placed in specific time under Roman rule. The resurrection claim is tied to historical evidence, not poetic myth.
How does being a real person then tie to a resurrection claim?
Can you explain that a little more?
Well, just because Jesus is real doesn't mean he resurrected from the dead.
Why is that?
Well, that doesn't automatically say that, right? Nero was a real person. I just proved that to you. Nero was a real person. We all agree on that. We know that. We have evidence for that. There were witnesses, 30,000 witnesses who say they saw Nero alive after he died. So that means, and you rejected that wholly. You wholly rejected that. You said
strictly based because I've never seen the evidence.
Okay, well, I just asked you, just because a person is real doesn't mean they resurrected from the dead. And you said, well, why is that? Well, just the Nero example. Nero's a real person, and you don't believe he rose from the dead, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay, so then that means that just because a person is real doesn't mean they rose from the dead, right? It's the same thing with Jesus.
I want to tie this back to when we're talking about evidence, right? It's something that raises the probability of a claim.
Right.
Someone living or living in the past does not raise the probability that they raised from the dead.
So somebody living does not raise the probability they raised from the dead?
That they rose from the dead, yeah.
Because let me explain. Because people live and unalive all the time, right? But we don't routinely see them rise from or resurrect afterwards.
We never see that.
Right, exactly. Yeah. All of our data points say they don't raise from.
Correct. Yeah. No, I've never seen it. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah. So when we're asking, like, okay, and we're accepting for discussion that Jesus existed, okay, great.
Yep.
So what's the evidence? What raises the probability that he resurrected?
Well, he appeared to over 500 witnesses, and then people died for this belief.
Yes. So good. So the claim that 500 people witnessed it is in the Bible. We don't know who any of them are. We don't have anything written by any of them. Nobody outside of the Bible mentions them. So when we consider, is the Bible evidence for this happening? If the answer is going to be yes, it has to be at the lowest level of evidential quality because the Bible is the claim.
Could we throw in the empty tomb as well? Is that
which one?
Well, we have to do one at a time here because what we're doing now is
which one,
we're stacking.
there's 5 of them.
Yeah. And So what happens though is like when you start doing that, what you're doing is you're just stacking claims on top of each other, right? So
well, no, she asked me the evidence for his resurrection, and I would say the witnesses plus the tomb.
Correct, and we're just taking these one at a time. So
okay, I'm good. Yeah, we'll break down the
it's going to follow the same format.
It's going to follow the same exact thing anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, because we need evidence that this thing happened without natural means, right? Like we have to exhaust natural explanations before we can even consider supernatural ones. So if we're saying, okay, well, the tomb is empty, there are tons of natural reasons how that could happen. Somebody could have just gone in and taken the body, sealed it back up, and then other people showed up and they're like, whoa, it's empty. He must have resurrected.
Or it may not have been there in the first place. Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly. So, so we're back to asking, what is the and let's stick with resurrection to trust point. Like, what do you have that raises the probability that happened? Like for that claim to be true.
So, like I said, so you guys brought up the Nero resurrection as well. Like I said, I don't know much about Nero, but I don't believe Nero ever claimed to be God.
It's not about
claiming to be God. It's about resurrecting from the dead. That's because that's the part because you would agree. Hold on. You would agree that in order to believe in Jesus' salvation, he has to have rose from the dead and ascended into heaven, right? You have to have those two things.
Then Christianity collapses.
There you go. So this is the one that we're looking at. We're looking at rising from the dead. And so what we're doing is we're doing a comparative analysis, and we're using a similar case at a similar time in which Nero was claimed to have risen from the dead, and there were witnesses to this. And see, the thing is that you just said a minute ago, I don't believe that happened, yet there are witnesses to it, right? So So what makes you more likely to believe that Jesus' witnesses saw him rise from the dead, yet not Nero's?
Nero's didn't.
Right.
Something to break the symmetry.
Yeah. Okay, what breaks? That's the symmetry. Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
So we could say that Nero and Jesus have the same evidence for resurrection. Jesus, when he walked the earth, claimed to be God in human flesh.
Okay.
And if he really did rise from the dead, then we better believe what the heck he's saying, right?
Okay. So again, why do you discount? Because even if Nero didn't claim to be God, but he rose from are you saying that he couldn't be God and rise from the dead? You have to be God to rise from the dead? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it takes a God to rise from the dead.
It takes a God.
So what you've done is you've kicked the can down the road by saying, okay, well, Jesus is God, therefore he could resurrect. But now you have to prove that he was God.
Yeah.
We still need evidence of something.
We need evidence of that. That's because that's another claim. And that's claim stacking. That's what I was talking about.
Correct. Everybody makes truth claims, right? As I said before, it's just a matter of whose is true.
But the problem is when you claim stack and then say, see, this is why he's God, or this is why he's real, or this is why it's actually true. See, the claim stacking doesn't make something true. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. So that's why we have to look at these one at a time. And because if you just claim stack, then it doesn't prove anything.
All right. So what do we want to look at first? I apologize.
Well, I think to Livia's point, now we're saying, okay, well, if you're saying that you can, in order to rise from the dead, a God has to be involved, right? So that could mean then that a God was involved in Nero's resurrection. So so then
saying that a God is sorry, Trust.
So I was just going to say, and then you can say your point after. I was just going to say, back to Livia's point, how do you demonstrate that that a God was involved in Jesus's resurrection?
Well, and even yeah, definitely that. But also before we go to that layer of the ogre, we still don't have evidence that the resurrection actually happened, right? So if it requires a God, that's moot because we don't even know that it happened.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you consider evidence?
Great question. So as I said, anything that increases the probability of the claim being true, right? So I'll give you a made-up example off the top of my head about Jesus resurrecting, right? Yep. So if we had contemporaries, like people that lived at the same time, writing about the event, and we could verify that, those were real people too. This is the same process we use for people like Julius Caesar, right? We can look at the physical evidence. There are coins with his picture. There's tons of Roman records about him, right? So if we were going to believe the claim that the resurrection happened, we should have similar kinds of evidence.
So are you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Are you saying there's no scientific or repeatable or type of
It doesn't
proof?
even have to be
I'm
that.
I'm saying there's no evidence at all.
Yeah. And I think what
Well, I
Livia's saying,
disagree.
and correct me if I'm wrong, Livia. I know I'm kind of talking for you, but forgive me. But I think I'm just trying to land the plane here. But I think what we're driving at is that when I said in the beginning, any type of data point is what we will consider as evidence. So our bar is really low. So it can be scientific, like you said. It can be a historical verification, like Livia just pointed
That's
out.
where I'm at with this.
Yeah,
That's
historical
where I'm at.
verification. So, but what she said was from independent contemporary sources. So what that means is, like in Julius Caesar's case, we have contemporary means that they all wrote at the same time or right around the same time. And they're all in different places. So we've got writings from, say, Egypt, from the Carthaginians, from the Greeks, from, all these different civilizations who wrote about Julius Caesar. In addition, we have writings from Julius Caesar. We have writings from Roman contemporaries who wrote to Julius Caesar, who wrote about Julius Caesar. So we have all these different contemporary pieces of evidence that are all historical, because we don't have anything scientific or physical from Julius Caesar, right? We don't have any DNA, we don't have any bones, we don't have anything like that. We've got busts, we've got sculptures, we've got coins, but then we have all these contemporary writings, and that we consider as evidence. So that's none of that is scientific. Does that make sense?
So you're saying we don't have writings about Jesus?
No. Not really.
We have writings
Of
about
the Bible.
Jesus in the Bible, but not outside of Christianity.
Not outside of Christianity.
There's multiple mentions of Jesus outside of Christianity.
At the time he was alive?
Tactius and Josephus?
Those
Neither
weren't
of those-
they weren't
They
not
didn't write about him.
they didn't write about him when he was alive. That's what I asked. When he was alive.
That was
That's
about- that
what
was about
contemporary
what?
means.
That's about what,
Tacitus
70?
and Josephus are both 2nd century.
Yeah.
That
it
was about-
Well, Josephus is 1st
No.
century, but he doesn't write about Jesus.
At best,
That's
it would
just
have been.
speculation
It was
by
anywhere from 95 to 140. So 95 would be very late 1st century to mid 2nd century. So that's that's approximately what, 60 years after Jesus died. That's not contemporary.
Correct. Which is not much, right?
That's not
They also
contemporary.
didn't
not
yeah.
contemporary.
They didn't write about Jesus at all, actually. I know that's something that Christians like to claim, and we don't have to go down this rabbit hole. Their entire lives dedicated to it.
Mhm.
But those writings are not about Jesus. They've been interpolated or misrepresented in order for Christianity to leverage them as a claim for Jesus.
Yeah.
Because Eusebius
Okay.
felt like it wasn't a sin to lie if it meant pushing the doctrine of the church.
Yeah. So
His
my
words.
so my
Prove that to
question.
me.
Well, so hold on. We got to kind of go back. We're drifting
Okay.
here. So my key question to you was, what contemporary writings do we have of Jesus? So people who were alive at the time Jesus was alive, who wrote about Jesus at the same time he was
The
alive.
Gospels.
No, they weren't. They weren't written at the time he was alive. They were written
They were
after.
not written, but they were orally passed down.
Okay, but that's not what I asked. I asked what was written at the time he was alive, because like I said, that's the bar, because that's what we have for Julius Caesar. People were writing about Julius Caesar at the time he was alive. They weren't orally passing things down. I mean, they were,
Well, we
but
don't-
they were still writing things. So what?
We don't have
what is
writings
something?
in the lifetime of Alexander the Great.
Actually, we do. We have from Ptolemy.
Not that I've ever heard of. Or Socrates.
Actually, we do. We do. We have. We do have things of
and
Socrates.
Alexander,
Socrates
like
at the time.
Babylon,
Yeah.
even writes about it. They even,
Yeah. We have
write about
contemporaries
his
writing
death.
about, like Socrates. Yeah. We have things about Socrates written about Socrates at the time he was alive.
But
The
also,
only-
if you want to make the claim that Socrates didn't exist and Jesus didn't exist, like that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because then we'll just take that and just say, okay, well then Jesus doesn't
Make a
exist.
concession.
But
Yeah,
But-
I'm not making that claim.
okay,
no.
but see, that's what I'm asking you. What do we have as a contemporary writing at the time Jesus was alive? Who wrote about
Well,
Jesus?
we don't have a surviving
Okay.
document written in the exact years of Jesus.
Okay,
right?
then there's no reason to believe that he was divine. That's the point, is we don't have that level of evidence that we need that we have for other figures in history. We
That's
don't have
dishonest
that.
to say that.
It's not dishonest.
Let me give you
I
an
would like to
because
go back to the
to
point.
illustrate.
What-
There's
Yeah.
wait, AJ, this will be quick. You know, on like Discovery, there's like ghost hunters and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the shows, you ever watch those? Like they're comical, right? Because they're like, oh, we really believe we got this reading and whatever, right? But like, you know, as a viewer, it's not real.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. Like you're sorry, I just my ADHD went off and I lost where I was referencing that to, but I hope that made sense.
It's kind of like that. Yeah. And so it's not, no. See, what you're missing is it's not dishonest. We're not, because we're kind of blending in Jesus' existence versus the claim of divinity, right? Because that's an extraordinary, well, you would agree that's an extraordinary claim, right?
I remember what I was saying, and it matters
first
to
we have
claims.
to get to Jesus' claim of divinity, we have to first prove his existence, right? Or that claim.
Yeah, but we've already given you that. We've granted you that. So there's no need to prove his existence. We've granted
so we
you
have
that.
his existence.
Yeah, we've granted you that.
So you're saying we don't have any teachings of Jesus?
No. What I'm saying is we don't have any evidence that he was divine.
The bar for him existing is one thing. The bar for him being divine is a whole other level. And
a whole other level.
Sorry for the lapse, but that's why I referenced those like ghost hunters, right? Is because they think they have some evidence, but it's not good evidence. And we can look at what they're saying and say like, oh yeah, that totally doesn't prove the supernatural. There can be tons of natural causes for the things they're experiencing. So if you're going to prove that Jesus was divine, the bar for evidence goes way up.
Yeah, it's extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That's the same.
And like I said to you, I can't prove to you that the Bible is passed down from God, the Word of God. You cannot prove that.
Yeah, we know.
But you have to look at the evidence of what points to, okay, Jesus was a real historical figure. He really claimed to be God. And if he actually rose from the dead, then you better believe what he's saying. That's
so we're asking you what the evidence is.
Yeah, we're asking what the evidence is, because the other thing is it was said in chat and in previous conversations when we brought up Julius Caesar, there were claims that Julius Caesar was a god. So now if you're saying, well, you agree that Julius Caesar existed, we've been through all that. There was a claim that Julius Caesar was a god. So now you have to consider that Julius Caesar was actually a god.
Why is that?
Well, because you're saying, well, in order to prove that Jesus was divine, we have to prove that Jesus existed. He claimed that he was a god. Julius Caesar claimed he was a god. Other people claimed he was a god. Therefore, according to your logic, Julius Caesar was a god.
No, according to my logic.
According to your logic. I just use your logic. So I'm just using your train of logic. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're good. Well, according to my logic, how I see it, Julius Caesar was cremated. Was he not?
I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
I believe that Julius Caesar was cremated, and I forget the year. I don't really know, but Jesus rose from the dead. So that's the difference.
Well, that's a claim. You don't have any evidence of that, and that's where. So we're kind of going back in a big circle. Now you have, because we're back all the way to the evidence that Jesus rose from the dead. We were just here, so we're all back to that. You're just presupposing this. You haven't given us any evidence of that.
I've given you the evidence, the writings outside of Christianity, the eyewitness accounts, and the empty tomb.
Okay,
those are the evidence.
So the writings outside of Christianity we already talked about, not contemporary.
Again, I gotta
60 years later.
Research.
Okay,
I can't just believe what you guys said.
Okay,
obviously.
That's fine, but it's 60 years later, nothing contemporary. Number two, the empty tomb could have happened to anybody, and we don't even know if he ended up in the tomb. All right, because there's some thoughts behind that. All right, so if we get into that, and we're actually out of time, so we got to do the kick poll. But so let me start that up. So anyone want to get into Joseph of Arimathea while I do the kick poll? Anybody want to explain that one, panel? Maybe you guys don't know what I'm talking about. So all right, let's see if I can multitask. So basically, Joseph of Arimathea, right? What is our evidence that Joseph of Arimathea actually existed? Independent evidence.
Are you asking me?
I am asking you, yes. Sorry.
I'm sorry, what'd you ask?
No worries. My question to you was, what independent evidence do you have outside of the Bible that Joseph of Arimathea was a real person and existed?
I'm not sure if there is any. If there is,
polls open, everybody. Okay. So outside of the claim of the Bible that Joseph of Arimathea was a real person, we have no evidence that he was a real person, right? And without Joseph of Arimathea, it's probably safe to say Jesus doesn't get in the tomb, right?
Okay.
Okay. So now, according to, you said you're a poli-sci major? Well, you didn't say history, but poli-sci. Kind of close. So back then, we know that when Jews wanted someone crucified, that person who was crucified never got the proper Jewish burial. They ended up being thrown. They ended up on the crucifix until their body rotted, to the point where the Romans would throw their body into a pit. If the Romans wanted someone crucified and was a Jew, then they would do proper burial for that Jewish person, which included putting them in a tomb, right? So we also know that the Jews wanted Jesus crucified, correct? Because that's the story. Pilate said, hey, do what you want, right? He washed his hands. That's the famous thing. He's washing his hands of this, and he said, you guys decide. And what did they decide? Crucify him. So it was the Jews that wanted him crucified, right? The Romans just said, okay, we'll crucify him. So that being the case, if the Jews wanted Jesus crucified, they needed somebody to get him into a tomb. So how convenient that Joseph of Arimathea just appears on the scene out of nowhere and says, hey, I got you. I'll get you in a tomb. And then is never heard from ever again. He's just there just to get him into the tomb. So one great way to verify that Jesus actually got into a tomb is to verify that Joseph of Arimathea existed. You see what I mean?
According to the Gospels, right?
According to the Gospels. Independently verify outside of the Gospels that Joseph of Arimathea existed.
According to Christians, though.
What do we have, though?
How I see this is...
Last point, and then we got to move on. But go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry.
How
I'm seeing this is you're setting a standard that almost no ancient event could survive.
Not true. We have, like I said, we just went through this whole thing with Julius Caesar. We just went through this whole thing. So that's not true.
We don't have evidence that Pontius Pilate existed.
Yeah, we have evidence of
story.
Yep, we have evidence that Pontius Pilate existed.
From what?
The Pilate Stone, number one. We have contemporary writings from other people. And he's on a we have a Roman record that he's the prefect of Judea. So we have that. So I got no problem saying Pontius Pilate existed because we have evidence of that. I got no problem saying that. So
when was the Pilate Stone discovered?
Oh, I don't know. You can look it up. Just look up the Pilate Stone, Pontius Pilate Stone. Yeah. It was discovered. But however, there is some controversy around that. I got no reason to think that it didn't happen. But there's some controversy around that. But we do have independent writings from other people talking about Pontius Pilate. There's a Roman record, as Livia mentioned, of Pontius Pilate existing. So even if you debunk the Pilate Stone, there's no reason to disbelieve that Pontius Pilate existed, to me. We got enough.
But we could also say that about Jesus. There's writings outside of the Christian Bible about Jesus.
Again, not contemporary at the time he was alive. That's the difference. Everything, the earliest that we have is 40 years after he was crucified.
And sir, that's not that long.
It's long enough. Okay, well, AJ, yeah, we have to move on. But hey, appreciate you coming up. But come back another day because they did vote to move on.
Yeah, I would love to come back.
Yeah, come back another day. Love to have you back.
I got a lot more I want to pick your brain about.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm here for it.
You guys have a good day.
All right, have a good day, AJ. Take care.
Yep.
All right. No, it's good.
In one ear and out the other.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we were starting to go in circles because
that was terrible.
Because, like, I know, Livia, you beautifully laid out why we didn't have evidence of the resurrection. Then he went right back to that and said, "But resurrection." Like, we just talked about this. So
it's hard when you've been indoctrinated, and when there are authoritative figures that you trust that tell you things like that there are, there's evidence of Jesus, etc. You're going to believe them.
Yeah, exactly. For sure. All right. It's my last guest of the day. So Jay Legend, how you doing? Jay Legend. Oh, nope. Jay Legend dropped. Okay. Well, guess not.
Moving on.
And moving on. Well, that was going to be my last guest of the day. So I think I'm going to call it here. Enough internet for today. Oh, wait. AJ's coming back. Okay. So he wants a round two. We'll give AJ a round two. That's fair. All right.
Oh,
Since
boy.
there's nobody else, we'll give you a round 2. All right.
Let's go. I'm back.
All right. Welcome back, AJ.
What's up?
Love the enthusiasm. Okay.
All
So,
right, so we want to stay on this topic, or do we want to go to something else?
we can't, if you want to go to something else, that's fine. If you have something else that you want to bring, yeah.
It's up to you guys. Like I said,
well, really
the
up to
whole
you.
evidence about what's up.
I said, really up to you. We're
Nah, I
we're
want
asking
you,
you.
man. It's your channel.
Okay, well, we're asking you for evidence. So if you want to keep going on this, that's fine. But, again, if you're going to do that, then we're going to have to go back to, if we don't have evidence of Joseph of Arimathea, then we can't demonstrate that Jesus actually got into a tomb. And because according to Jewish tradition and Roman tradition, that means he was thrown into a pit, which means he's not the Messiah.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Makes sense?
like I said, maybe we could just agree to disagree on this.
That's fine.
I believe from my
Move on
research.
to the next one then.
That's all. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So what else you got?
Do we want to go to scientific? I'm not too up to date on this topic, but I'd love to learn. So do we want to go there?
Okay. Like scientific in what way? Like, yeah, give us an example. Like biblical
what's it called?
science or science in
No,
the
like,
Bible or
Cosmological? Is that how you
oh,
say
okay,
it?
like philosophical arguments. That's what you mean.
So, yeah, kind of the cause of the universe, cosmological. Yeah.
Okay. So cause of the universe. Okay. So what do you got?
So, do you believe that the universe is eternal?
Yes. I have evidence for that.
Can you give me it? Because, like I said, from the research that I've done, and maybe it's because it's on a Christian perspective, that I've been finding stuff that there is evidence that the universe was created.
Okay. So what we have is if you take quantum mechanics, okay, the Schrodinger equation, which is what all of quantum mechanics is based on, it implies that time is eternal, that time has always existed, okay? And it also implies that space has always existed, and it also implies that energy has always existed. And so the quantum eternity theorem stipulates that, demonstrates that all three of those have always existed. So if we've got time, space, and energy, which are the basics of the universe, and gravity, if you throw that in there, if you think about Einstein's general theory of relativity. So time, space, energy, and gravity have always existed. So those are the basic, that's the basic building blocks of the universe, right? So that means the universe has always existed.
Okay. From what I've found, and you just tell me, I found that the universe is expanding, right?
Yep.
So if you rewind that expansion, space, time, matter, and energy converge to a beginning, correct? And that is called the Big Bang?
It converges to a beginning of an event, but not the beginning of existence.
So if time had no beginning, right? An infinite number of moments would have to pass before now?
Not necessarily.
Why is that?
It depends. I mean, are you picking a specific moment in the timeline?
Sure. And yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
I don't know. We'll just say time itself. Is that
time itself? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So what's the problem with that?
So an infinite number of moments would have to pass before now?
Yeah. What's the matter with that?
You can't complete an actual infinite by successive addition, right?
You don't have to.
Yeah, by definition, you don't have to. And yeah, you're correct, but you don't have to. That's why it's infinite. You don't complete anything on an infinity. It just keeps going forever and ever and ever and ever. There's no completion.
And then, but you just said an infinite number of moments would have had to happen to pass before now.
Yeah.
But you can't complete an actual infinite.
But again, there's no completion.
Addition.
It's infinite, right? So it's kind of like this. Okay. So how many okay, between 0 and -1, how many numbers are between 0 and -1?
None.
Infinite. Between 0 and -1. There's an infinite number of numbers between 0 and -1.
Can you explain that? I've never heard that. What is that?
Yeah, it's just basic math. So if you do everything, if you half, like If you take 1 and cut it in half, and you cut that in half, and you cut that in half, it goes on in infinity. So there's an infinite number, infinite numbers between 0 and -1, and the same between -1 and -2, right? -2 and -3, and so on to infinity. There's an infinite number of numbers all the way to negative infinity, right? So, was there 1 second ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And then how many seconds between now and 1 second ago? How many, like,
infinite number?
Infinite number, exactly. So it goes back to infinity. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Okay. So when you say always, the universe has always existed.
Yep.
Do you mean the universe is eternal in the past?
The universe is eternal, always existed. Yeah. Like
Hey,
God.
Trust, thank you for having me. I
Oh, yeah.
am getting summoned. I have a lot of ARCs books that I need to promote on my IG. So
Okay.
I'll be back if you're
You
still
go.
on.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming up, man. Appreciate you.
Bye, Hanji.
Lots of love.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right.
Nice to meet you.
See you, Hanji.
Loves you all too.
All right. So
From what I've seen, scientifically, most cosmologists agree space and time came into existence with the Big Bang.
okay. Let me.
If time began, how could the universe exist before time?
Okay.
There was actually a recent survey of physicists, cosmologists specifically, and if I remember right, it was 69% nice that said that the Big Bang specifically does not describe the beginning of the universe.
Yeah.
Just that it talks about an event.
AJ, I'm going to put the link for you in the chat. So there's a link to this. It's the Copenhagen survey from 2024. That's what Livia is referring to. And here I can read the exact.
Say that one more time.
It's the Copenhagen survey of 2024 physicists. So they were at a Copenhagen conference, and it was astrophysicists who were there. And as Livia said, 68% of them agreed that the Big Bang says nothing about the start of existence. It's just an event that happened.
Okay, so then I want to kind of take it to, I just recently learned about this, the second law of thermodynamics.
Huh? Yeah.
You know that
energy
I'm sure
can't
you
be
know
created
this.
nor destroyed. Yep.
Right, so usable energy is running out because
How so? Physicists don't agree with this.
What is this term? No?
If you go, you know who Dr. Blitz is?
I do not know.
Dr. Blitz, yeah, he's an astrophysicist who is a TikTok creator. He's actually one of our friends, and although he may not know who all of us are, but he's one of our friends. He's in the community. You should go in you should go watch his videos, and he explains all this in detail. How energy, we don't know that about energy. I've heard him say it several times that we don't know that energy is running out or anything like that. Now, energy could be finite. He does concede that. However, how do you know that it is such a number that's so big that it's just enough for the universe?
Because of the evidence, right? So we go back to my claim that we can't prove anything, that we just use evidence to point to something.
Okay. So I have evidence from my end. I've got quantum mechanics, I've got the quantum eternity theorem, and everything that you and I are using, the four of us are using to communicate on this platform, we're using quantum mechanics. So we know, so that's been demonstrated, hundreds of thousands of times. So we have that. So yeah, we have competing theories on that. But at the end of the day, it's an I don't know, right? But my question to you is, how do you demonstrate that God did this? Because that's really what we're talking about.
Well, will you give me the hypothetical that there was a beginning to the universe?
Sure. Let's just say there was. So how do you get to? So then there was a beginning of the universe, but then how do you get to that? It was God who created it, and not like, say, a farting unicorn or an event that happened or something like that.
Right. So the Big Bang takes just as much faith as my God.
No.
We talked about this before.
Yeah, we
faith
talked
versus
about this.
Evidence.
Yeah.
Can you explain?
Yeah, well, it's the same explanation I gave you before, right? So evidence is all the data points that we have that tell us that give us working models of reality. Faith is specifically a belief without evidence.
So the universe includes space, time, matter, and energy, right?
Agree.
Yep, and gravity.
All right. So if it began, then its cause must be spaceless, timeless, and incredibly powerful, right? It must be outside of that.
Disagree. Yeah, but you're not going to like where this goes.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, I'm disagreeing, but even if Livia will, you know what? I'm going to shut up and let you take it from here. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you're saying for something to create time, space, matter, and energy, it has to be outside of that, right?
I agree on that. But the problem is that for something to take any action, it has to have past, present, and future states, right?
Okay.
Past state is I have not yet created. Present state, I am creating. Future state is I will have created.
Right.
So if I am outside of time, I cannot have past, present, and future states.
So if
because
God
those are functions of time.
So if God was timeless, he couldn't act to create the universe.
He couldn't take any action.
Couldn't take any action. He'd be frozen.
So you're assuming that action requires temporal sequences?
It does. So you mentioned causality. So a cause has to either precede or be simultaneous to its effects. It can't ever be after. But a thing outside of time isn't before anything. It's not at the same time as anything, by definition.
Yeah.
Well, you're a philosopher, right?
I mean, that's a big title, but I studied philosophy in school.
All right. So doesn't philosophers distinguish between temporal causation and do they not distinguish?
Ontological is the word you're looking for. Yeah.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah, but right now we're talking about temporal relations.
So simultaneously, causation could be cause and effect occur together.
Yeah, that's a weird physics thing that I'm not qualified to speak on, but I include that caveat because people who are use that.
So, for example, a bowling ball resting on a pillow is what I've heard.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but
it exists at the same time as the ball's weight, so the cause isn't earlier in time; it's simultaneously.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but continue.
So creation could be like the same. God's willing of the universe doesn't have to be before in time. It could be the explanation of why time exists itself.
So you're referring to the eternal act of creation, but God also doesn't have present states. God doesn't have that is creating, because that's also a function of time.
That's why it happened at once.
At once is a time word.
Wait, hold on. So are you saying then, was God always creating?
Was God always creating?
Yeah.
I
don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
If you're saying it's simultaneous, then that's the implication.
That's the implication. That's the trap that you've fallen into. That means you have to say that God was always creating.
So in classical Christian thought, like Thomas Aquinas, right? God is not inside of time how me and you are, and me and Olivia are, and me and Reckless are. God is not inside of time.
Agreed.
Correct?
Yeah, agreed. So
instead of moment 1, moment 2, moment 3, God exists in eternal now.
Okay. That means
if you're outside of time, there's no now.
There is no now if you're outside of time, because you're outside of time. You can't use anything temporal. So there is no now, there's no before, there's no after, there's nothing. You're
God
timeless.
Exists in eternal. Would I just be able to say eternal?
Well, technically, you can't. Well, that's technically temporal as well. And again, you're running into the same problem, because how did God create time without time?
I feel like you guys are picturing it like God is sitting there. Now God is waiting. Now God is deciding. Then God is acting.
Well, that's why I asked you, was he always creating? Because that's the only way you could really do this, if God is just always.
I don't like giving yes no answers, because I've been on other TikTok debates with people who are ignorant and they trap you into yes no answers, and then you just like I like to give some reasoning. So
I understand.
Excuse me for that.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You have to, though. Like, there are
but sometimes you have to. Yeah, Either he was creating or he wasn't, right?
But I would say God doesn't wait. He doesn't change, and he's eternally with.
Oh,
or he wills the universe with the beginning.
That's bad too. Unchanging is bad too.
Why is that?
Livia, do you want to explain, or do you want me to do it?
Okay.
I feel like I've been talking too much. Go ahead. You can take this one.
I want to zoom out for a second.
Yeah.
So AJ, I'm gonna say some things, and I truly don't mean them in a like any kind of condescending way. I was 18 once too, right?
Yep.
What I see in you is that you are smart, right?
Yep.
You
very much so.
understand these arguments, and what you've done is a portion of the homework on them.
Okay.
And you've found arguments that are compelling.
Yeah.
And what I think, and you can confirm this, that what I think that you haven't done is you haven't gone to the next step of what are the consequences and rebuttals of those arguments. And you can then go back and forth and like follow that chain, right? But us explaining to you the next step of it is work that I would encourage you to do after this discussion.
Yep.
Because we're presenting you with counter examples and arguments that we're familiar with.
Absolutely.
You,
And I'm
you
not.
haven't heard them. Great.
Correct.
Go and research them. And
Absolutely.
then if you find rebuttals to those, come back and we can talk about those.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe it's always going to be hard to argue. If somebody ever comes on here and says, I can prove God to you, they're lying, right?
Okay.
I get it all the time.
I bet you do. People are saying, okay, I'm going to prove, and then you just make them look silly, right? I'm not sitting here telling you that. I'm saying from what I found in my lifetime, which is 18 years on this planet, not that long, that the facts and evidence that I found point me to believe in Jesus, true, he's a historical figure, he claimed to be God, and he rose from the dead. The evidence points out. That's what I believe. So hear me out. The truth claim that he was God, and if he actually rose from the dead, then I better believe what he's saying. So now I have, at the end of the day, if I die, right, and you guys believe it just nothing when we die, right?
Yeah. Just that's
I don't care, honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I die, right, let's say you guys are right. Man, nothing happens to me. And if somebody was like, you have an
Pascal's
option to go back.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So if I die, right, nothing happens to us. It's what you guys believe. If I had a chance to go back, he said, all right, you go back and restart your life, I would live it the same way as a Christian. Okay. Being a Christian has given me peace, given me love that is not explainable to this world. It's given me hope. It's given me all these things that if God wasn't real, that I would go back and I would be a Christian again.
Okay. So just to answer that, being an atheist, because I was a Christian for over 30 years. So longer than you've been alive. But that doesn't mean anything really. It means nothing.
Yeah.
But just to emphasize, it was a long freaking time. And now that I'm an atheist, I'm an agnostic atheist, I feel peace, I feel hope, I feel joy that I've never ever felt before in my life. All the things that you described, I'm feeling the same.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily make it true, right? Like you wouldn't agree with me that it makes atheism true.
No, of course not. But again, that's just an argument that like you're gonna live your life, I'm gonna live my life.
Yeah.
If we're both happy, that's what matters, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to add something to this.
Yeah.
And this is going to be an emotional appeal. I recognize that. You're looking at the benefits that Christianity has provided to you.
Yeah.
I would argue that the harm that it causes vastly outweighs the good that it does for any given person.
Explain that, elaborate.
Yeah. I'm going to use myself and people like me as a very tangible topic of the day in politics, right? Politicians in many countries are trying to actively harm people in the rainbow community of all different types, but especially trans people right now.
Wait, who's doing that, you said?
Politicians in, UK, in Canada, in the US, like
US everywhere, right?
tons of places, right?
Yep.
And at least in Canada and the US, I won't speak for everywhere, but at least here, that's being driven by Christian organizations and individuals.
Okay.
Only by them.
So is that where you're...
I'm saying that that's a huge cause for concern because of the amount of harm that it's causing.
So,
And
sorry,
if-
go ahead.
Yeah, I'll wrap this up. But if I'm going to be part of an organization like a church, right, any denomination, then what I am doing is endorsing them. And even if I don't say anything tacitly by being part of them, I'm lending legitimacy because they can say, oh, look how many members we have, how much we got in donations, like we're real, we're legit, etc. And that's a decision that I have to live with. I couldn't possibly choose to be part of Christianity because of the harm that they cause to people like me.
I'm
And-
sorry. You said you were a part of that community?
Yeah, I'm a trans woman.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So while it may have led to a good life for you for 18 years, consider also that there is an immense amount of harm being done. And I'm only raising one
And I'm
concern,
agreeing.
right?
And,
There are
you know,
lots of
I'm agreeing.
Yeah.
Now, here, let me turn my camera on for this. So this gets a little personal. I don't want to be sitting behind that. All right, y'all can see me now.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with you. And my response to that is Christianity in America has had a poor representation for a long time. Those, you got to understand that those are people in their sinful nature using Christianity to justify power. From what my Bible teaches me and how I live is I'm not called to hate you because of your sin. You know, I'm called to love you. I'm not called to love your sin, but I love you.
That's not, I appreciate the sentiment, but that doesn't carry the meaning that you think it does because you're still talking about me sinning. And that's
a
a
problem.
judgment
Can
on
I
me and
step
what I
in
do.
for
Please
a
do.
second? Yeah. So we have people like Nicholas Bowling who go to these pride festivals and completely preach and preach and preach because these people, these beautiful people, just want to simply live a lifestyle that is how do I want to say this? That is their life.
Yeah.
And when you have somebody like Nicholas Bowling saying you can't live that way because the Bible says, or we have people that say you can't have two dads raising kids, two moms raising kids. I mean, it goes on and on and on. I mean, we have a website that politicians are putting, extreme Christians that are putting out there that they can't adopt, that because it's all about one man and one woman only. And we have kids that are in foster systems, that are in adoption, waiting for fucking families.
Yeah.
And it breaks my heart that we have politicians and people. I've been just randomly looking this up this last week. And it's pissing me off more and more because we have children that want parents who love them. And what is wrong with two dads loving children? I had, when growing up, I had two from the community neighbors right around the corner from me. They raised 6 children and they're all grown and I mean, beautiful, beautiful family. And I still interact with them. And they just want to love children. And we have a fucking extreme, I don't even know what to call it, trust right now, because it just pisses me off, where they want to say that they're indoctrinating children. That's not the goddamn case at all. Nobody's indoctrinating children. These are people who just want to live their own life, that want to have families, that want to raise children. And there's people that say, oh, no, because that's against the Bible. That's not one man and one woman relationship. And you cannot do that. And I don't like the harm that it's caused. And I'm sorry, Trust, I'm just like, I've last couple of weeks, like I've been looking at this and I'm like, it's just pissing me off more and more. And it's just like, I will never go back to this religion ever again. Because of the harm that it's caused these beautiful people, of how they, because it's none of my business how anybody lives and I'm not paying their rent, you know. And we have children that are being waiting to be adopted, but we have politicians saying, oh, no, you can't do that because it has to be by one man and one woman. Well, then
Right.
what about these children?
How these children don't get a home.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I believe this just goes back to a truth claim. If you were a Christian and you truly believed, that was the truth, would you still feel this way?
If God existed?
Yeah, say God
it was-
existed and it was the God of the Bible, right?
Oh, well, this kind of gets into my wheelhouse. No, I would not worship this God. And I can take you down that road if you want me to.
You wouldn't worship that God?
Definitely not. And I can
you-
take you down that road. Yeah.
You would be eternally separated from him?
It's not eternal separation, number one. That's if you think the Bible is true, like 100% true.
Right.
It's not eternal separation. It's eternal torture. And that's part of the problem that I have.
What version of the Bible does it say that?
In the NRSV UE, yeah, we just went over this yesterday, but I can take you through the verses if you want. But
verses I've read, we could open the Bible.
Well, do you want to? Well, I think the bigger problem is: do you want to talk about like eternal separation versus torture, or do you want to really get into why I wouldn't worship this God? I think that's probably the bigger question.
Yeah. Let's talk.
You want to talk about that? Okay. I mean, if you want, it's up to you. If you want to go through the. I think it's a little tiny thing to talk about. Is it eternal separation or is it?
We might be able to get there.
It's a fire. Yeah, we might be able to get there. Okay. So I'm just going to take you through a little bit of a thought experiment. So, if there was a button that was put right in front of you that would cure any and all cancer right now forever, would you push it?
Yeah. You hear me?
Oh, look, I think you stopped for a second. I didn't hear you.
I heard a yes.
Yeah, if there was a button that could cure and stop cancer forever right in front of me.
Forever, for everybody, right now, forever and ever. You would push it right now without hesitation?
Yeah.
100% agree with you. Would God do it?
Yeah.
He would. Okay, but we still have cancer.
Can I explain why? According
you
to
can explain why, but
my theology.
Well, because I think the answer is that God wouldn't, because there is still cancer, and if God exists, he wouldn't push that button, right?
So the reason for cancer is not because of God.
I know that.
Right.
I
So you
realize
said you
that.
were a Christian, so you know that. So
Yeah, I realize that. I'm not blaming God for cancer. I'm just saying, if there was a button to cure cancer, would God push it? That would cure it right now, forever and ever and ever and ever.
No, he wouldn't.
Okay. Between you and God, who's doing the right thing?
God.
Okay, then you shouldn't push the button.
I'm not God, sir. You're
Yeah,
putting me on
I know
a level
you're not
as
God.
him.
Okay. Who's doing the morally correct thing?
If it's
Between
his
you and-
basis,
Between you and
who
God.
creates morals? Who creates morals?
Okay. Well, I hear that. And under your worldview, you're going to say God creates morals. But what I'm asking you is, are you doing the morally right thing by pushing the button?
If you want to put it like that and say it's against, I can't have this argument. It's a good argument, but God's not sitting there, with a button saying he's not pressing, he's choosing to give us cancer. That's not what it is.
Not giving us
AJ, have you
cancer.
heard
He's
of-
allowing cancer. He's choosing to
He's
allow
choosing,
cancer.
he's not choosing to allow us to have cancer.
Okay, so
AJ.
well, hold on. God doesn't have a choice?
Do you know Augustine? Have you read up
Yes,
on
I've
that
read
at all?
Augustine. I was a Catholic for a long time. I was going to go in the seminary and all that stuff. So yes, I've read all this. But my
Right,
question
so
to you is, well,
you know that evil is in the world due to sin.
I understand that. But my question to you is, does God have a choice? Because if God could choose to get rid of cancer, any and all cancer forever and a day to right now, he could, right? He has the choice to do it if he wanted to. He has the.
Are we allowed to give I don't know answers?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know is a great
There it
answer.
is.
Absolutely. I don't know is a fantastic.
Great answer. Great
It's a
answer.
fantastic
Because
answer.
I'm not going to put myself in God's mind and tell you why
Okay.
he's doing that.
Okay.
What he's doing it.
So
I'm
then,
telling you.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm telling you that according to theology, Christian theology, that sin entered the world due to free will. Everybody's in the comments spamming. Here
Absolutely.
comes the free will arguments. Yeah, that's what we're based off of.
Yep.
So, God's given us free will, and that's why evil has entered the world, right? Not because he created it, but because he gave us free will.
Okay. So do babies have free will?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, babies are born with cancer, right?
Okay.
Okay. So if babies are born with cancer,
that has to do with, sorry.
Well,
that
babies have free will, right?
Yeah. What is that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's your choices that lead you to have cancer. I know great people who get cancer.
Well, you said it's because of free will, which implies choice, right? Now, would you say then, do you have free will? So could a baby choose to not have cancer?
No, of course not.
Okay. So is that free will or is that not free will?
No, I wasn't using the free will argument about the cancer. I was using the free will argument of why there's sin in the world.
Correct. But free will is about choice, right? So does free will extend to whether or not you want to have cancer? Or is it just about sinning?
Can we agree that cancer is evil?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's bad, very bad.
Bam. Evil.
I don't think it's evil because it doesn't have a will or a mind. It's just
there you go.
physically.
That's a good point. And I would say just from because there's the concept of a natural evil, and I don't know, Olivia, you may or may not agree with this, but for me it's more just a term, like evil just meaning bad. But I would say in that sense though, I would agree evil. I think to commit an evil or to be evil, you have to have a mind. It implies having a mind because there has to be intent. I would agree with that. And it's got to be like sustained and purposeful and all that stuff. I would agree with that.
Cancer is not agency.
Yeah.
So cancer is bad.
Yeah, I'd say cancer is bad. Yeah, it's bad.
Cool.
I would totally agree with that.
It's not a thing of how the world is supposed to be. It's not what God created in Genesis 1:1.
Okay.
Cancer was not there.
Yeah. And you would also agree that God allows it though.
Yeah.
Okay. So
why? Hold on. Can I say why? I don't.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Say why. I think you've said it, but go ahead. Say it again. Go ahead.
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Fair enough. So babies born with cancer, is that due to free will? Or is that, so you're saying ultimately that's because of free will? It's due to sin. It's due to sin, which is a result of free will.
A product of free will.
Okay. So are babies born sinning?
With original sin. Correct.
With original sin, which means they're eligible. So they're eligible for cancer since they're born into
a sinful nature.
Yeah, they're born into a sinful nature. Okay. So, but have they committed a sin?
Committed as that's their nature. So they
they
are corrupted by sin.
I understand, but does that mean
have they done the action?
Have they already sinned? Yeah, have they already sinned?
They were born into sin. They haven't done the action of sin.
Okay. And so if cancer is a result of sin, right? It's a result of sin. That's what you're saying. And babies are capable of committing sin because that's what you're also saying because they're born into
I said
sin.
Babies are born into sin. I didn't say they were capable of acting out of sin.
Have they sinned? Have newborn babies sinned? Have they actually? Have they actually?
Sin, no.
Okay, they haven't committed the action of sin. Okay, no. So what you're saying then is that because of sin, but they haven't actually committed a sin, they get cancer, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that cancer is a consequence of sin?
Cancer is a product of sin, yeah.
It's a consequence of sin. Okay. So what moral principle justifies allowing a consequence onto a being that hasn't actually committed the deed yet?
Say that again?
What moral principle justifies allowing a consequence to happen to a being that hasn't committed the offense yet?
Again, you're asking me, why does God do this?
No. I'm asking you for the moral principle. You know what a moral principle is, right? Moral principle is something like do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The golden rule, all right? Keep your promises. That's another moral principle, right? Something like that. That's what a moral principle is. So I'm asking you what the moral principle is that justifies allowing a baby to contract cancer as a consequence of sin when they haven't committed a sin yet.
There's no moral principle, and
That's
Christianity doesn't teach that.
Yeah,
right?
There's no moral, and that's the problem. There's no moral principle that justifies this. So under the Christian worldview,
that's not what Christians are teaching, though.
Yeah, I understand that. And see, under my worldview, because I'm an objective moral realist, which you can, if you want, we can get into that. But I'm an objective moral realist. To give consequences to a being that is preventable, that is as a result of an action that they have not committed yet. In my worldview, that is immoral. It's objectively immoral. Like, that is the same thing as saying, if the consequence of going to a prison is that you contract a disease, right? Yeah. So you've committed a crime. This prison just happens to have this disease that every prisoner gets, and you contract the disease. Well, you can say, well, that's just a consequence of you going to prison because you committed the crime. However, if it's an innocent person that is sent to this prison, we would call that immoral, that they received this, they contracted this disease. You see where I'm going with this? Because they haven't actually committed the crime. So if they commit the crime and they contract a disease as a result of going into the prison, they have experienced a consequence that they did not deserve.
So Christian teachings distinguish moral evil versus natural evil.
Understood. Yep.
Right? So moral evil is caused by human choices, murder, abuse, injustice, things that we choose to do.
Correct.
Natural evil is disease, earthquakes, genetic disorders, right?
Understood.
So the Christian explanation isn't babies deserve it. It's that we live in a fallen creation.
Understood.
Right?
Understood.
A world where biological systems can malfunction. It's fallen. It's not perfect anymore.
Now
that's not. I know that's not satisfying emotionally. You know, that's not going to make us feel better.
Yeah, it's not about emotion.
I'm resolved.
Yeah. It's not about emotion.
It's different from saying. It's different from saying
justice.
There's moral principles at work.
Well, see, the thing is that if you don't have a moral principle, then you can't call it moral. That of what's happening, right? And what I'm talking about is God allowing babies to have cancer, because that's what I'm talking about. That's immoral. Okay. And so if we have a God that's committing immoral acts and it's supposed to be the standard of morality, then that's a contradiction. And so I can't worship a God like that. And also what it speaks to is that contradictions also result in things not being true. So it also speaks to the existence of this God, because you have to question this God's existence. Because if this God is the standard of morality but is committing immoral acts, then this God, you have to question whether or not this God actually exists. But at the other point of it, then it's not worthy of worship. Because then what standard do we use if it's violating its own standard? That would be like, the equivalent would be, it would be like the president committing crimes. That's a problem, right?
That could never happen.
What? Yeah, does that ever happen, Livia? I don't know about that. I've never heard of that. But that's what the equivalent is. If it's a president that's committing crimes, well, that's a problem, because the president is supposed to be like the standard of, justice and all that stuff. But if the president is the one committing all the crimes, then what do we have a justice system for?
So what I can say to you as a Christian, and we could just agree to disagree on this, I cannot sit here and tell you why God does this. My answer is I don't know.
It's an honest answer.
Right?
Okay.
Damn, I don't know why God does this. But what I can say is God didn't just sit back and watch his creation go to nothing. He entered human suffering, right, in the person of Jesus Christ. Okay. According to our theology. So let's just say that Christianity is true, because that's the basis of this argument, right? So God entered human suffering as Jesus Christ, and he took on the penalty for us. God experienced physical agony the same way me and you do. Right? God knows what it's like to watch a son die. God knows what it's like to watch. He suffered this. He's a suffering God like me and you. So he didn't just sit back and watch this happen. He gave us a way out in the person of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Perfect segue. So,
and that doesn't explain every cause, but it rejects the idea that God is indifferent on the matter.
Is all suffering necessary? That's a perfect segue into what I wanted to ask.
Is all suffering necessary? Again, I have to ask him. I don't know.
Okay. So is it So then
let's say I say yes. Where would
okay.
you go?
All right. So is it necessary then for an animal to burn alive in a forest that's caused by a lightning strike? What's the necessity of that?
I don't know. I don't think Christian doctrine teaches that all suffering.
I know it doesn't. That's why I'm asking you. So you would agree that an animal that burns alive in a forest fire caused by a lightning suffers, right? You would agree with that?
Yeah.
And that's not because of sin, is it? Because animals don't sin. Yeah, animals don't sin. And it's a lightning strike that lit the forest on fire, and this animal burned alive.
Do animals have soul and spirit and moral value?
Well, I don't think they do. They have moral value, yes. Because they are, in my worldview, they do have moral value because they are sentient, and so we shouldn't just let them needlessly suffer, right? So, so there has to be a reason that they suffer in my worldview, and that's why I'm asking you: is it necessary for this animal to suffer?
Well, back to the first question, I just want to answer. No, not all suffering is necessary. But for this, you're
allowed to change. Yeah, you're allowed to, because you did start with I don't know, and then you said maybe yes.
I don't know.
So that's fair. I
don't think Christian theology teaches that.
Yep, it doesn't, and that's the problem.
Okay.
So if we have this animal that suffers, and could God prevent that suffering?
Of course he can. He could take away suffering like this right now.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So if you had the ability to prevent this animal from suffering and at no cost to you, so you wouldn't get burned, right? You wouldn't get hurt in any way. You could just run in, like, let's just say the fire just started and this animal was about to burn, but you were able to run in there and bring it out to safety. Would you do it?
If I could save the animal, would I?
If you could say without any harm to you or very, very little harm to you. Maybe you get dirty, maybe you inhale a little smoke and you cough. Yeah.
Right. So I'm going to say yes. And then you're going to say, well, God doesn't. Am I morally perfect and God isn't?
Well, would God do it? Because you would agree that God has no cost to save this animal, right? And God has the ability.
In theory, yes, God is omnipotent, right? That means he could.
He could if he wanted to. But yet,
correct.
Animals die in forest fires all the time, right?
Right. So the tension would be lightning exists because of, I don't know, I'm not a physicist or atmosphere, I don't know, but exists because of certain physics, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it is because of natural laws.
Yep.
So that makes weather patterns, all these things. If God constantly suspended natural laws, nature would become unpredictable.
Okay. So
science would collapse.
I hear
God always intervened. It would cause an effect.
Got it. Could God made it part of nature that animals just never suffer in a forest fire, caused naturally? Could he have made that part of nature? Because he is omnipotent.
Yeah, right. Why didn't he?
He could have, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So so now let's take it in just a slightly different direction. Let's just say that this forest fire started and you could save this animal, but you choose not to. You just don't. And it's no harm to you, no cost to you. Have you done the right thing? If you watch this animal suffer and die.
If I'm a Christian or an atheist?
If you're just AJ. AJ the Christian. Would it be the right thing for you to do to watch this animal suffer and die if you had the ability to save it without any cost to you?
I'm not sure. Since an animal, I believe not. Yeah, I would try to save the animal because I would
try to, right? But what I'm asking you is if you had, we can take this in a little bit of a different thing. If a doctor had the ability to save a patient's life and chose not to.
This is a little different to me.
Well, that's okay. But if they had the ability to save a patient's life and they chose not to, have they done the right thing?
No.
Okay. So this kind of goes back to God. So if this doctor, or if you, and I would argue that if you have the ability to save this animal's life and there's no cost to you, very little to no cost to you, you morally ought to go save that animal. You are morally obligated, at least in my framework. I'm an objective moral realist.
Would you say according to Christianity, though? Because I don't know the moral value of an animal.
Well, in as an objective moral realist, in my worldview, you are morally obligated to save that animal. It's a
Correct.
moral obligation. So, and very few people would argue with me about that. Very few people would say, no, I just walk away and let that animal die.
Right.
Nobody would do that. Same thing, like
Right,
if
so
you have a swimming pool and you saw an animal drowning, you wouldn't just sit there and watch it or walk away. You'd try to save it if you had a net, right? And yeah. And so almost anybody would do that. And that's what I'm saying, is that God is the equivalent of the person standing in watching the animal die in the forest fire. And my problem with that is, if the moral standard does not include God, it has to be consistent all the way through, and it has to include everybody, including God. So if God is exempt from that moral standard, then we can't call this God moral. That's the problem.
So would you say the doctor analogy only works if all conditions are equal?
It only works if all conditions are equal. It doesn't,
So we would have to assume that
because it is in the case of, if the doctor has the ability to save the patient yet doesn't, and there's no cost. That's the key. So now, if there's a cost, then yes, then it's justified to let that patient die or something like that, right? But if there's no cost, then you're morally obligated to save the patient. You're morally obligated to save the animal, the sentient being.
Yep. I have a response, but I
Yeah.
believe Olivia wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I think there's something revealing about Christians discussing morality, because if God is supposed to give you an objective standard of morality, or if God is the standard, however you want to put it, if you don't have access to that and the answer to every moral question, then it doesn't matter.
Well, the idea that God created morality is not just for Christians.
Well, that's not really the point. What I mean is, like, if God did create morality and has like an answer to every moral question, and doesn't give you access to all of those answers,
He
then
gives
it's
us
not a
access to
useful
a lot of
system.
them in His Word, in the
To a
Scripture.
lot of
All
them.
of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
But we just pointed
If you
out two
don't- if that
situations where you
system-
don't have answers. Yeah, because you just told us you don't have answers, and that's Livia's
For the
point.
doctor
Sorry,
one?
I jumped in. Sorry.
No, it was the no. I interrupted you, Trust.
Yeah,
It's
no,
all
for
good.
the doctor. So for the doctor analogy to stick, we have to make a lot of assumptions.
Well, the only things that you have to really assume is that there's no cost to
You
saving
would
the
have to
patient's
assume-
life.
You would have to assume that God is in the same moral position as the doctor.
Yeah. So what we're asking is, what is the cost to God to save a patient's life? So if there's no cost to the doctor to save the patient's life, we can reasonably infer that there's no cost to God. There's even less cost to God, because God is all powerful, right? So there's no cost. He could just snap his finger and he could heal this patient. He could save this patient's
And
life.
So we're also assuming that God is obligated to intervene. In,
And I'm asserting
every
that he is.
preventable harm.
I'm asserting that he is. He's morally
You're assuming
obligated.
that he is.
I'm asserting he
Asserting.
is. I'm
What is the
asserting he
difference?
is. I'm not assuming, I'm asserting. He is morally obligated to intervene in any harm that is, what did I say? Unnecessary. There we go. In any unnecessary
What is
harm.
the difference?
The difference is that when I say assume, what I'm coming to a conclusion. Like, assuming means I'm starting there. Like, let's assume that God is morally obligated. No, I'm saying, because of my worldview, because of, A, B, C, and D, I'm concluding that he is morally obligated. So asserting means concluding, assuming means starting with. Does that make sense?
So, all right. So, could we define what morally obligated means? Can you?
Yeah, that he is mandated according to moral principles.
So there's no moral law above him, right?
Yes.
So he cannot fail to his own standard.
He cannot. Well, that's the thing. If he cannot fail to his own standard, then we cannot call this God moral. He's amoral. Because anything this God does is
itself.
Okay. So then does that mean that everything God does is good?
If he's the grounding of moral value itself, everything God does is good.
Okay, so is it good then for God to allow animals to suffer and die?
Again, allow, right?
Yeah, to
So that
allow
comes down to
animals
the
to
whole
watch
intervention
animals.
of it.
Yeah, to allow animals to suffer and die in a forest fire caused by lightning. Is that morally good?
Again, that's not a product. We just disagree on it. That's all. It's a product
Well,
of
I'm asking
the
you
world's
if
fallen nature.
Well, I'm asking you, is it morally good? Then it's morally good for this God to allow animals to die in a fire that's caused by lightning.
According to whose morals?
According to yours, because you just said anything God does is good.
Correct.
So that means it's good to do that, right?
He's not doing that. He's allowing it.
He's
There's a
allowing it.
difference.
Well, allowing is doing, but he's allowing it. So it's good to
No,
allow.
he's not striking the poor animal down.
Okay, but he's allowing animals to suffer in a fire caused by lightning, and we can't determine if that suffering is necessary.
Saying God is passive isn't the escape that you think it is.
Yeah, it's not.
What? Explain.
Well, because what?
God.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Trust. You go.
No. I interrupted you this time, so go ahead, finish, please.
There are in fact even laws, like for various medical professionals, that if they are in a situation and do not take action, they are at fault, right? And a super simple example: a child is drowning in a pond near you, and you could very easily, without cost to you, jump in and save them. If you don't, the claim is that you have done the wrong thing. You didn't take action that you could have that was at no cost to you and saves the child's life. That's kind of the same thing. Is the passive nature, the not taking action, is not an excuse.
So calling God passive because he doesn't intervene in suffering, right?
Yes.
It's not an escape. Yeah, not an escape hatch. It's still immoral. So that's what we're trying to say.
It's not saying that God is a bystander.
I don't think that matters. It's just he's allowing it. He's just.
Well, he's everywhere and sees everything, so he is a bystander.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I guess that's the argument there.
Yeah. So then I would say he rejects the passiveness in the person of Jesus Christ.
That doesn't mean anything. So AJ, you're doing something called motivated reasoning. I want you to look that up later.
All right. But you just said the fact that we're arguing this, that Christianity is the truth, and that being that Jesus Christ is God in human flesh, meaning that's not passiveness, that's God entering human history.
Yeah, and I think where we're really at is that if we're just assuming that Christianity is true and this God as described by Christians is real, we're granting you that now. Now this is an internal critique on why, like neither Livia nor I would worship this God. And I'm assuming, right, Livia, that you're lumped in with me on that because you haven't given me any argument otherwise.
I would fight that God.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You did say that. So we both wouldn't worship this God, and we just laid out the reason why, because
I would say that he's not passive. He entered human history. He suffered like you and I in the person of Jesus Christ. How is that passive?
Well, it's not the passivity that's the problem. It's the allowing of preventable suffering is the problem. That's the problem. Because
I answered that question a long time ago. So man, we've been on this topic for no reason.
Well, not really.
The allowing is a passive action.
I answered it with I don't know.
Yes, agreed. I'm just saying though that if we're allowing the suffering and we can't find a reason that it's necessary, then if the suffering is not necessary and God is allowing that suffering, that's not moral, that's immoral. And if every metric we use, it doesn't show God in a favorable light, because then you're kind of reduced to, there's another reason that you're saying it's okay for God to do this. And I know the reason why, Livia knows the reason why, but we kind of we're kind of waiting for you to say it. There's a specific reason why you're saying it's okay for God to do this.
Did I say that?
No, you're not saying that. I'm just saying there is a specific reason why. Because look, I've done this I've done this for over a year. I've done this for quite a while. Livia's done this for a little while too. I have dozens of videos out on this on my profile talking about this very same subject. You can just go to my profile, and I ask this specific question like a dozen times and nobody can answer it. And so I know what the reason is.
So the argument, let me break this down and correct me if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
If God exists, he wouldn't allow unnecessary suffering, right?
If he does. Okay. And that's your contention, right? That's what you're asserting. That's what you're saying.
But unnecessary suffering does exist.
Unnecessary suffering exists.
So therefore, God does not exist.
No. Therefore, God. Yes, there it is. Therefore, God does not exist because it's a contradiction. There it is.
So that's what you guys believe, right?
Yes.
So to claim suffering is unnecessary would mean we would have to know every possible outcome.
No. Not suffering is unnecessary. Not all suffering is necessary. Because that's why I began with, is all suffering necessary? And you first said, I don't know. Then you said yes. Then you said no. So that's the open question. And you've landed on I don't know. But as far as I can tell, not if under a world created by an all-powerful, all-knowing God.
As far as you know,
well,
there it is.
From an all-powerful, all-knowing God, logically, not all suffering is necessary. It just doesn't make sense.
We don't know all the outcomes, right?
Right. And so that's why I'm asking you, what's the outcome of an animal burning alive in a forest fire caused by lightning? What is the necessity of that? Okay, so then we can't call that, I agree. We cannot call that necessary then. And if it's not necessary, and if it's allowed to happen, then it's immoral. So that means you cannot call this God the standard of morality.
So this argument is based off of probability, not logic.
No, it's based off of logic.
How's that?
Well, I just went through the logic with you. It's a syllogism that I kind of went through.
All you need is one example of unnecessary suffering.
That's all you need.
But we don't have the outcomes of that suffering. You can't say it's unnecessary.
Okay, but you can't say it's necessary either.
So what does that mean? Then we're stuck in a
If the answer is that we're in a gap of I don't know, then we don't put God in those gaps.
Yeah, we can't put God in those gaps. And I ended it with an if. So it's a conditional. So if the suffering is not necessary, then this God is not moral. So it's a conditional. But if we can't for sure say that this is necessary, then there's no way to say that this God is moral. And if I can't say that this God is moral, I can't make sense of it, then I can't believe it. Then this God doesn't exist.
I would also argue that a lot of the suffering, like Truss pointed out, even animals in forest fires, like if a God has made that necessary to happen, then we can't call that God all good.
Yeah, that's the other problem. And I was just about to say that. I was just about to talk about how do you know this God isn't evil?
Sorry.
No. It's almost like we're just like on the same. We're simpatico here. This is kind of awesome.
So are you guys saying morality is independent of God?
Yeah.
Yes. In my worldview,
and God
it is.
itself isn't the source of morality.
Can't be.
I don't believe that's the Christian view then. So we can't agree.
It's not the Christian view. You're absolutely right. It's not.
So if morality is whatever God does, then God is good is meaningless.
There it is. Yes. There it is.
I couldn't have said that better.
Wow. There it is. Yes.
It's also a subjective system of morality because it's all whatever God decides.
And I think this is where Livy and I will kind of drift.
So God is.
I mean, I'm objective, but but I got no beef with subjective moralists. I got no issue with them. So
I have complicated views that we don't have time to unpack.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, that's like a whole nother discussion for a whole different day. Not here. Exactly. I'm with you on that.
So if God is moral because whatever he does is moral, that just sounds circular to me.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
But Christian philosophy doesn't usually stop there.
Yes, that's true. Because they recognize that it is circular, so they try to reconcile that, which I don't think they're successful in doing.
No. So God is not good because he follows rules. God is good because goodness flows from his nature.
Yes.
God is,
that's
meaning
right.
God doesn't have to invent morality. He
is morality. Yes.
So God doesn't obey a law above him, right?
Correct. He is the law, right?
So God's character is the standard of goodness. That's different than,
Right. And so then when we start internally critiquing this, that's when it starts to fall apart, because now, like I said, unnecessary suffering.
That's when I don't know is a great answer, because I'm not.
It is right. But then you can't say that then this God is the standard of morality. If you can't answer that question, then you can't say, well, then he's the standard of morality. See where the problem is? See, because you have to answer it all the way up the chain. And so if there's gaps, you're guilty of God of the gaps. So that's what we're trying to
explain. That last part.
God of the gaps is when you don't know the answer to a very, very important piece of the logistics of God being, let's say, moral, of the standard of morality, because it's a very simple test, right, of necessity and suffering. And if you can't answer that question, and then you're saying, but God is still the standard of morality, well, that's just plugging God in when you don't know. You're just saying, well, it's, I don't know, but I'm trusting God. I have faith in God. That's God of the gaps. You have a gap in your knowledge or your understanding. You're just plugging God in there to fill in the gap for you.
So even if science explains the mechanism, why does the system itself exist at all?
Well, in a naturalist worldview, I'm more of a fallibilist, but in a naturalist worldview, and again, jump in where I'm wrong, Olivia, suffering happens exactly as we expect because of forces of nature, evolution through natural selection, adaptation, things of that sort. Animals suffer, they have to get eaten. They die in forest fires, wrong place, wrong time, laws of physics, all that stuff. All that stuff explains suffering. And I don't think it's a necessary versus unnecessary. It just is. It's just a reality of our existence that suffering happens. But again, in a world where you have an all-powerful, all-loving, all-omni God, all-loving, all-benevolent, all-powerful, all-knowing, suffering where we find it to be unnecessarily, where you have the I don't knows, it doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it's not true.
I just believe Christian philosophy would ask a different question. Why does a world with these kinds of natural processes exist at all?
Yeah, why do they exist at all? And so that's a way different question. It's a very different question. Yeah, it is, because we're not talking about like we're drifting away from morality, which is fine. I mean, we can drift away from the morality, but now that gets into, where we were talking about the cosmological argument earlier. Now it talks about, well, how did this all come to be in the first place?
Yeah,
so
we could say the same thing with that argument. If Big Bang is true, how does it describes how the expansion happens, but the Big Bang's not fully understood.
It's understood. Like not 100% understood, but it's understood pretty well. Like physicists have a really good understanding of the Big Bang, much better than they let on. I'll put it like that, because there's a lot to explain.
There's a mountain of evidence for it. So
yeah.
Even if we don't have proof, we still have very compelling evidence compared to no evidence for the God hypothesis.
Yeah.
But it's just evidence versus evidence. That's all it comes down to.
It's evidence versus no evidence.
Yeah.
Is what I just said.
How is that?
So there is evidence for the Big Bang, right? Cosmic background radiation, all that stuff.
Desi data.
Reason and logic is not evidence, you would say, right?
No, it's not. It's not reason and logic. It's the like what she just said, the cosmic microwave background radiation, the CMBR, the Desi data, the expansion that you alluded to earlier, that you mentioned earlier. That's evidence of the Big Bang happening.
Meaning the universe had a creation.
No, that the universe had an event, and that event was the expansion from a hot, dense state.
From everything I've ever researched, I've never heard anybody say that the Big Bang is, I've just never heard that. I'm not saying it wrong. I just have to look into it.
Yeah, it's a thing that Christians get wrong a lot, and gets repeated a lot. And so, no fault to you. It's just, that's just not, it doesn't reflect the reality of the theory.
Yeah.
So can you explain a little bit or?
Sure.
I'm not qualified to talk in a deep level on physics.
Same
my
here.
understanding is that there was a point where the universe was very condensed, and then it started expanding and continues to expand, and the rate at which it is expanding is decelerating. That's everything I know.
Yeah.
So the Big Bang might not be the start of our observable universe, right?
It is the start of the observable because of the way the speed of light works, but it may not be the start of the universe.
Yes.
So something might exist before it.
That's correct.
Yeah, there are theories that do like model like expansion, crunch, expansion, crunch.
So the Big Bang is expansion from extremely dense.
Yep.
Hot dense state. Yeah. Everything
Hot
was
dense
just,
state?
yeah, just imagine everything like the entire universe, like in your closet, in your bedroom, something like that.
So it doesn't even necessarily say nothing existed before.
That's correct. That is absolutely correct.
So even if the Big Bang is just an event, you would still have to ask, is the universe past eternal?
Past eternal? What does that mean?
Like, is it eternal in the past? Is the universe or multiverse or quantum state past eternal? Because if anything physical began to exist, even a pre Big Bang state, the question still applies.
Yeah, so we know from, science that like energy and matter can't be created or destroyed, right? So it makes sense that they would have been there before the Big Bang. We just don't have any data to show what that would look like.
Yeah.
So there's no evidence of that.
There is evidence.
There is evidence in the sense that like we have laws of physics and there's no reason to think that those were suspended prior to the Big Bang.
Right. Yeah.
So we can make a fair inference that matter, energy, etc., all the stuff that can't be created was there before the Big Bang.
But you just set the line for me that it has to be evidence, and then you just said a fair inference.
Yeah. Well, there's the evidence.
You see what I'm saying a little bit?
Yeah. The evidence I said earlier was the Schrodinger equation and quantum mechanics, and the fact that we're using quantum mechanics to have this conversation right now, in the place you are, in the place Livia is, in the place I am, that's all quantum mechanics at work right now. And the fact that we have demonstrated that the Schrodinger equation works hundreds and thousands, if not millions of times, and that we have built so many devices based on that Schrodinger's equation. That's the evidence that we have. That's some of the evidence that we have. So we do have evidence. It's not an inference. We've demonstrated that this works in the real world because we're doing it. You and I, the four of us actually. I forgot Reckless is still here. She's listening. But the four of us are demonstrating this right now.
What? In demonstrating what, sir?
Quantum mechanics, which implies that time, space, energy, and gravity are all eternal, and then the quantum eternity theorem demonstrates that all four of those are eternal, which is based on quantum mechanics. So we do have evidence. Yes.
So it's possible, but it's not a settled fact either.
It's not settled, and I'm not saying that. None of us are saying that. We're not saying it's 100% a done deal. We're just saying we have evidence. So I think we maybe have a brief discussion on what evidence is versus proof. Like evidence, because Olivia's said this beautifully. Like she's repeatedly said data points, right? So evidence is like a data point. Like, for example, if you're investigating a crime scene, right? And one data point would be a bloody weapon, right? Another data point would be footprints, fingerprints, DNA, a torn piece of cloth that from the perpetrator's clothing, like fibers. Those would all be data points of evidence. The proof is the proof is the body of the evidence that you have that points to a suspect. So like if I committed the crime and you had my fingerprints, my DNA, my handprint on the bloody weapon, my footprints, a camera photo showing I was there, all that stuff would point to me, and that would be proof that I committed the crime. So we're just saying we have evidence. We don't have proof.
Okay.
So does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the entropy problem or entropy problem? ENTROPY?
Yeah, and a lot of physicists don't think that's a problem. So
no.
No, it's not.
I've heard from when I've watched videos on YouTube and stuff. Nothing. I've never talked to a physicist about it, but
yeah,
if the universe were eternal, then it should have already reached its death, right?
Yeah,
that's a great question for Dr. Blitz.
That's a great question for Dr. I was just about to say.
Right.
Yeah, and that might be. It might be easier to just go on his live and ask him these physics questions. Yeah, because either that or you have to go through his entire library of videos, because he does talk about it, but I don't know which video it would be. So it might just be easier to just go up and ask him.
Okay.
And pick his brain. So yeah. So AJ, I do have to go, but this has been a fantastic conversation, and I let it go because it's been really, really good.
We've gotten far, I believe. I mean,
I think so.
Talked about a lot of things.
Yeah,
it's good.
I think so. So I would, and you know what? You're welcome to come back to my live anytime. And
I would love
if
to.
you want, if you want to mix it up again, debate it, ask questions, pick my brain, or I pick your brain, whatever you want. Yeah, just come back. It's been a great conversation.
Yeah, man.
I would love to have you back.
I'm gonna go look at those topics that you guys have brought up. I'm gonna do more research into them, and then I'll eventually come back.
Yeah, come on back. And if you if you forget a topic, have any questions, just DM me, and I'll do my best to point you in the right direction.
I'm gonna follow you right now.
Okay, sounds good, AJ.
Same, AJ. And I want to thank you for being intellectually honest throughout the conversation.
Absolutely.
Not a lot of Christians are, and we can believe different things, but if we can have a genuine, productive conversation, that's how we get places.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I really appreciate you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's why I suspended the vote this time, because it's been all of that and more. So really, really appreciate it.
This is a good conversation. I'm gonna be back for sure. You guys will see me again.
Okay.
Have a great rest of your day.
All right. Have a great day, AJ. Take care.
See you guys.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was a fantastic. That made up. Oh, that made up for all the wild conversations I had this week. That made up for it right there. So I had some wild ones, but that was
W for AJ.
W for AJ. Yeah, definitely. That was fantastic. So,
and I'm glad that he listened. Especially when I went down a political rabbit hole, and I'm so sorry that I did.
No, don't worry about that.
I started it.
This just happened like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
I had
we
a
started
knock on my door, and it's greater than. And I don't know if you want it in the Discord trust, but it's greater than campaign.com, and it's extreme Christians. They don't want the LGBTQ community to adopt kids. They're shutting it down. I had a knock on my door twice about signing a petition. I said, I ain't gonna sign a fucking petition. I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
You're not gonna just make me sign a petition.
Yeah.
But when it's harming a certain group of people that they can't adopt kids, they can't, they don't want them to do, it's none of anybody's goddamn business.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess because they're out in front, like where I'm at, they're out in front of the grocery stores, with the tables, and they're collecting signatures. Same kind of groups, and it always is like protect the kids. And then you go up there and you find out it's something like what you're talking about. And I had JWs just come to my door today. My wife was about to go to the grocery store, and she literally did like Rambo. She dropped to the ground because she didn't want to answer the door, and I was getting ready for this live, and then I just looked out the window and I saw him walking away, and then she was getting up, dusting herself off, and I'm like, oh, did they knock? She's like, yeah, I was about to go to the store, and just because it's just it's just more of the same thing. And simply put, we don't go door to door talking about the cosmological incompatibility argument for God or science or anything like that. We just try to live our lives. I mean, if anything, we just have these lives, and that's about it. But
and I get tired of they say, well, they're indoctrinating children. Well, I'm sorry, but the religious community is indoctrinating children, pushing the fear of hell.
Yeah,
so
it's the progression. The projection is just stunning too. So, yeah, and that's why I do these lives, and it's just because of folks like AJ who come up and they have genuine discussion, and he pushed back on us hard. I mean, he was challenging us, and it's just a demonstration. It can be done respectfully. So
he was willing to listen, though. That's what I like.
Exactly. Did you get your IG stuff done, friend?
I did. I had to do 2 video edits, which I use with TikTok because TikTok has a way like you can edit photos into like videos to where like they melt into each other. So The Bone Slinger is a book that's coming out in September. It's a YA paranormal romantasy. A friend of mine is making a book called Bloodstone. It's basically The Mummy meets Indiana Jones with a female main character as the lead role.
I love it.
That will be released on May 5th.
That sounds awesome.
And
I love it.
another friend of mine is releasing her Vow and Vengeance. It is a Puerto Rican based romantasy. The books just got released, but I'm promoting for her street team.
Awesome. Okay.
There we go.
Awesome. That sounds exciting. Well, good for you. That sounds exciting. So
thank you, friend.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm just inviting all the mods up, and these are, all of my friends up, and so that yeah, I don't know if is Sunny still here? If you're still here, please request up so we can recognize you too. So I do this at the end of every one of my lives. I just want to recognize like all the folks who make this live possible. Like every single one of you guys up here, plus everybody in chat, plus everybody in the YouTube chat, you guys have contributed to this. So thank you. I really, really appreciate you guys, because this isn't me. I mean, it's not all me. It is just very little me and a lot of you guys. So I appreciate that. So chat, if you could, please give these guys W's, hearts, roses, follows, everything you can, especially Livia for being such a fantastic guest today, co-host today. You were fantastic. So we got to do this again, like really soon.
It's my pleasure to be here, and I'm so glad we did
it was amazing. So yes, anytime, you're welcome back anytime. But please, everyone follow Livia, because Livia is trying to get her content creation page going, and so this would be a big boost. And this would be a great, as you guys see, she's amazing, right? So this would be a great incentive for her to keep going. She got a shitload of follows today, right? So we can see more of her, because this was just awesome. Yeah. And I got to just mention, I don't know. Yeah. And she's a badass. I'll just leave it at that. She's badass. So yeah, you're fantastic. And all of you guys are fantastic. Hanji, Reckless, everybody follow everybody.
Yeah, I want to message you, Livia, because I think we could collab on some LGBTQ issues that I have questions about. I'd love that.
Yes, please do.
Absolutely. That's great. Oh, and also, we talked about some sciencey stuff today, and I'm definitely not a scientist. So if I got anything wrong, just join my Discord and roast me there. Just tell me what I got, because I'm willing to learn and I want to get all this stuff right. So roast me there, and just tell me what I said and did wrong. I'm totally open to feedback. And also, just a very special hello to Seven Lemons, because I haven't seen you in a while, friend. So it's great to see you, Seven Lemons. W Roasting Trust, exactly. See, it's the same old Seven Lemons.
Have to keep you on your toes.
Exactly, and I love that. So I'm just very happy to see you, friend. So it's been a little while, so I'm just glad you're still around. So glad to see you here. But yes, all right. So then the very last thing we need to do is we need to find someone to raid. So let's see who we can raid.
Ariel is live right now.
Ariel? Ariel Almighty.
Yeah, I saw her.
Oops, sorry, I got my volume way up on my phone. Okay. We could do that.
I think Thinker is too. Last
a lot
I
of
checked.
people. We got Joel Reed's Deconstruction Zone, Volsi, Ariel. We got everybody's on.
There you go.
Yeah. So let's just pick one. Yeah, I'm open to anybody. We can do anybody.
Super Solid could be a fun one to raid.
Super Solid? Okay, I don't know who they are, so let's go raid them. Super Solid.
Sounds good.
Okay.
See you guys on the flip side.
Super Solid. So let's just see you over in Super Solid's live. YouTube folks, I don't know if we have anything for you, so we'll just see you over at Deconstruction Zone. That's a great landing spot. So we'll just see you over there. Just, you guys know what to do. Just do TBV raid wherever you guys land, and there you have it. So we're gonna support all these creators. All right. Well, guys, have a great weekend. I usually take weekends off, so I will see you guys on Monday. Unless you guys, and last thing, join my Discord because most, if not all, of my friends here are part of my Discord community. So there's a link in my bio. So please consider joining. Everybody's welcome. We do have some rules. It is secular, but we're pretty open, so we're pretty chill. And just remember, you got to copy and paste the link into your browser because it won't work inside of TikTok. All right. Stay safe, everybody. Have a great weekend, and I will see you all next week. Good night.
You as well, Trust.
All right.
Okay, I love you. Bye-bye.